Hallelujah. We're going to rise at this appointed time and face these. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. El Shaddai Le'enu, Uleha Wotenu, Abiyama, Yes Karawa Biyako, Atara Badosh, Weshemeka Kwadosh, Baruch Shemeka, Olam Mahe. Wesham Lumine Israel, Thou Shabbat Lasso, Thou Shabbat Ledur Tamri Olam. Be'im Be'im B'nei Israel, Loti Olam. Kisha Sheker Matzah, Shabbat Vashamayim. Wetahalet Uram, Lashmi, Shabbat Vash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Urateka, Baruch Ushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Yimlok Olam Mahe. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut Olam Mahe. Baruch Kavod Elohim Yikomom Lekeyom. Hallelujah. Olam Mahe. First of all, I'll give on honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, bestows anger, and kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High work is perfect, for all his ways are just, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief of days, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters. I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Another day, another holy day, which comes every seventh day. Every seventh day, this day comes up, and there's a way to observe this day. It's a way that God prescribed for us to observe this day. Right. And when we jump out of the way and start doing things of our own, not following the curriculum and the standards that God has set up, then we profane the day. That is the beginning of the profanation of the Sabbath day. There is nowhere in the book where it states that you can tune in or Zoom and keep Shabbat. No. But you know what I do say? We have to leave that for people that lives afar off. For people that cannot congregate and they're afar off and there is no congregation where they're at, then zoom in. Or you're sick in the hospital. You're bedridden. Right. And not just sick. I mean bedridden. You can't walk. We cannot come up with an excuse to not congregate and put in work for God. People stay home. Oh, I got a cold. Oh, I got a headache. I don't feel too well. You ain't bedridden. Start making sacrifices for the Creator. Start making sacrifices for God's laws by giving up yourself, by not putting yourself first. By not putting yourself first and foremost before God and his laws, before his commandments, before his statutes. You always put the Lord and his commandments and his statutes number one. Mm-hmm. Neglect yourself, neglect everybody else, but God come first. Because people do make excuses. People make excuses for things that they don't like. They're not really digging it. They're not really into it. So that's the reason why people make excuse. You're not going to make an excuse about something that you delight in. If you delight in these laws and these commandments and the Sabbaths that the Most High has ordained and set up for man to live by, then you will not make excuses to not observe them. Right. To not partake of it. That's right. And that's the problem, man. That is our problem. Again, we have to reprogram ourselves. We lean towards the things that God hates and despises. We lean towards things that God has not ordained. We lean towards things that we don't read in the book. That's what we lean towards. And we delight in those things that God has not ordained. And the reason why we cannot escape from these things is because I keep feeding myself it. If I keep giving my spirit chocolate, he's going to continue to love chocolate. But in order for me to get out of that, I have to stop feeding it what it loves. Because it loves it. These laws has to become habitual. And when it becomes habitual, number one, you have to practice. Practice becomes perfect. Anything you practice becomes habitual, becomes automatic. So God gave us his laws. It don't come automatic immediately. You don't stop lying immediately. You don't stop stealing immediately. You don't stop coveting immediately as soon as you read it. You have to practice in it. You have to be putting it into action first. That's right. And while you're putting these laws into action, you're going to slip, you're going to slide, you're going to bump your toe, you're going to step a little to the left. But it's up to you to correct yourself and get back in the lane. That's it. Get back into that that straight and narrow path. That's right. Not because I sin means I ain't upright. Yeah. You know why? Because it's two things. What is the sin? Is it presumptuous? Never sin presumptuous. Never sin, transgress, or commit iniquity presumptuously. That's the way, that's the mind of a righteous and upright man. But on that road or on that path of uprightness, or on that road or on that path to get into that uprightness that God speak about, yes, you are going to bump your head. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because I witnessed it by examples. Because the laws and the commandments, God is going to give it to the head first. That's good. And while the head came to a conclusion, when the head came to a conclusion and said, well, you know what? We're going to start doing this cleanliness law. And when he started doing the cleanliness law, we was washing chairs. Mm-hmm. Woman sit on the chair, we put it in the water. But the Creator let us bump our heads for a while to see if we was determined. We're not going to get it right firsthand. You're not going to get it right for the first hand. But God is going to give you the laws to see if you're determined to do my laws. Let me see if you can continue doing these laws in this manner before I give it to you the correct way. Because God got to try you. God got to try you. God do not try or prove the wicked. There's no proving those type of people because you don't have the determination to serve God. So why proving you? You got to have good in you to serve God. You got to have good in you to do these laws. Good in you to do these commandments. You got to have good in you to do these statutes. In your own wicked and stubborn ways, God may see some type of good in you that you had the determination to serve him. Isn't that the reason why God killed Jeroboam's son? That he alone shall see the grave. Why he alone? Out of everybody, his whole house. He said, he alone shall see the grave. He said, what? He said, because I see good in him. I see good in him. That he has a heart. He has the determination to serve me. And if I leave him around you, you're going to taint him. So I'm going to take him out. He has something in him that Jeroboam didn't have. Nobody in his house had. Jeroboam didn't even have that in him. That little baby. So now God can look at a child and see what that child had in him. And according to what that child had in him, that determines their path. It determines their path. Because you can look at a child and see what's in the child just by their doings. Just by the things that this child do.
That's right.
You can tell, well, this guy here, man, he ain't got nothing good in him. This guy over here, man, he got some good in him, man. You see what he did here? Yeah, she got some good in him, man. She got a caring eye. This one has a caring eye. This one is cold-hearted. Yeah, you can tell all that just by watching them as they grow up. As they grew up, you can watch them. The Most High God went into covenant with the children of Israel when we met him at the grounds of Mount Sinai. Now, why did the Creator went into covenant with these people? Because of his agreement with Abraham. It all stemmed and started with Abraham. Okay? And it trickled on down into Isaac. Then after Isaac, it trickled on down to Jacob. Not all the time the eldest is better than the youngest. Sometimes you may run in, have a bunch of kids, and you look, you say, man, out of all, not even the elf, man, the youngest one got it in them. That I don't see in nobody. I skipped everybody else. Now, Jacob was a high power. God looked at him and said, man, that man is faultless. He's Tamim. He's Tamim. When it says Jacob was a playmate, he said, man, he was faultless. He was perfect. He was just. That's a just man. No matter what took place with things that you read, it don't matter none of that. Because all that had to transpire from what God told Rebecca. When she went to inquire of God about why am I this way? What's going on in my stomach? She inquired of God, and God answered her by a voice and spoke to that woman and told her, and gave her instructions, instructed her and told her what was going to go down. So we got to be careful with our inputs and our opinions and our own thoughts. If Jacob was wicked, well, he must don't have a heart. Who is you to determine that Jacob didn't have a heart? Who is you? We need to leave these people alone. These people are the elected ones. These people are the chosen ones. We trying to crash the party. God said, follow the ancient path. When you find it, walk therein. Who else you want to follow? These people already set it up. These people were used for examples. You do this, this is the repercussion of what happens when you do this. Solomon loaned his heart to folly. And when he loaned his heart to folly, his wisdom remained with him. Dang, that never happened to no one. With saying leave. Because no one today, you're going to loan your heart to folly and you're going to remain with your wits. Ain't happening. You ain't happening. It's not happening. He loaned his heart to folly so that he can tell you what to do when you approach this situation, what not to do when you approach this situation, what happens when you indulge into this. And then he tell you, say, man, go not in your journey in drunkenness. He says, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. So we need to follow these wise words that God has put these men before us so that we can learn his ways. That's all these people emanated and showed was God's ways. Because God's ways they showed the ways of God through their actions. Okay, let's go to Exodus. Let's go into Exodus. Let's go to chapter 1. Now, Israel, which is Jacob, when he found out that his son was alive, he finally found out that his son was alive after all these years. His own brothers inspired to kill him. Only one didn't have that inspiration in him was the eldest, which is Reuben. Took him, put him in the pit so that he could return him back to his father safely. But his own brothers conspired against him to kill him because of his dreams. And his dreams was on point. Something that boy had in him as a child that God took towards him to show him the future. God showed that boy the future, man. Why? Because look, man, he had something in him that trickled on down from his father that none of his brothers had in him. So God looked for the cleanest vessel to use. That's when you keep yourself holy, set apart, sacred. When you keep yourself set apart, so set apart, and so you become so clean and pure that God can come to you and open you up to certain things that he cannot go to others with, because it's not pure. You ain't that clean. You're not that pure. You're not that clean for me to come to you. But the only thing that will clean you like that is when you take heed to these laws, fulfill them, put them into actions. All right. So go ahead, read.
Exodus chapter 1.
Uh-huh.
Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man, his household, came with Jacob.
Uh-huh.
Reuben, Simeon,
Levi, Judah,
Issachar, Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls.
70 souls. That was the 12 sons. Then the 12 sons had sons and sons. And guess what? They stopped there. The 12 sons, children, they had children. Generation and generation and generation up to now. And they was good in Egypt for many years. Until this new Pharaoh stood up. And he didn't care about Jacob. He didn't care about Joseph. He didn't care about none of that. All right? So he started putting burdens and taskmasters, afflicting them, put them in slavery, and they cried out to God. Many years they lived in Egypt, for 430 years. And while they was in Egypt, they grew accustomed to the ways of Egypt. They was accustomed to their ways, to that lifestyle. That's why when you read throughout the book, they always wanted to return back. And this is why it substantiates what I say. Why they always wanted to return back to Egypt, because they could not leave off from their past. In order to return to God, I got to leave off from what I was taught. I got to drop it. So when you're returning to God and you're learning the ways of God, you have to come to God with an empty vessel. Don't try to compare the ways of God with what you was taught, because now you have doubts. Now you have doubts. You're halting between two opinions. You on the fence and you're undecided. And that is what you call the sift. When you look at Amos, it says that he said, I will sift the house of Israel. Okay? You know what the word hanil means? I will cause you to waver or fluctuate in your opinions, in your purpose. Okay? We say we're not fluctuating. Yes, because to fluctuate means to shift back and forth. To fluctuate means to go and come. Today I'm with God. Tomorrow I ain't with God. I don't feel like being with God today. So I go against God means to transgress and sin against his agreement. Don't let no one tell you nothing else. Brother said, he said, so you mean to tell me if I profane God's Sabbath day, I turn my back on God? Yes.
Right. You just said
Yes.
You just said it.
I don't care. See, we gotta put some type of separation. Separation. Okay? And why I say that is because we want to put everything before God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if I didn't have no money and I got sent a proposition to come to work on Saturday, well, I didn't work until. No, we can't put these things before God in His laws.
That's right.
You gotta sacrifice yourself first for the Creator in order to be accepted of Him.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't sacrifice yourself for God, then you will never be accepted of Him. You will never, like He told Cain. He said, if you do good, He said, I will accept you.
Mm-hmm.
God don't accept the world.
No.
God is not regarding the world because the world don't regard God.
That's right.
In order for God to regard you, you have to regard the Creator. Okay? That's why He told Cain, if you do good, I will exalt you, Cain. If you improve, I will exalt you. And how many years and years and years done passed that God still turned His back on Cain? The situation didn't change because you ain't changed. You didn't improve with God. You did not improve. So God is not going to turn towards you. And one thing with these people depended on the Creator 100% on everything. And when they could feel when God has turned away from them. They can feel when the Creator is not near. Okay? They can feel that. So when that happened, Cain was he was like, man, all these years, God ain't come to people. There's no connection. There was no connection between the Creator and Cain. So he told Abel what went down. God still ain't turned towards him. Next thing he go and kill his own brother. What did Cain have in him that God made the Creator shun him and push him? What did he have in him? Those things was not revealed. I tell you what it was, who was revealed to. All that was explained to Moses. And not everything was put in the book. Half of it wasn't even told. One of my teachers said it. Teachers, my /father said that. Half of it has not been told. You only put here what you want, what I want you to know. Right here. Okay? Okay? But it's enough keys in this book to save yourself. There is enough keys in the book to save yourself from who? From yourself. Because there's a thing called the grain of evil seed. We all have evil in us. The day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which means he became open to general view, which means he became open to both sides of the coin.
That's right.
He knew good and he knew evil. That is in us naturally. Okay? That is in us naturally. Good and evil. You know, and you can determine when you're wrong. And you know when you can determine when you was all right, when you was good, or when you did right. Don't make explanation for things that we did wrong. Don't make no explanation. Accept. And say, man, I was wrong. That's a man that has a conscience like that man, Achan. He said, make confessions, my son. He said, man, what you why thou troubled Israel? What you did? And he pinpointed it because he knew the rules. He knew he wasn't supposed to take the way that way to gold, and he knew he wasn't supposed to take that Babylonian garment. He wasn't against his own will. I accepted it. And that's what these people have that we don't have. We don't know how to accept our faults with God. We don't know how to accept our faults with God because we offend God by breaking these laws, these commandments, and then we walk around with our chest pushed out like we right. Like we right, man. Like we right. We need to start getting with these laws, commandments, and statutes before God caused darkness. Before God caused darkness. We need to start getting with God, before God caused darkness. Before God caused darkness. Before he caused you to fall into waywardness. Okay? And we think it's just I do this here, I do that here, I do this over here, oh, I'm okay. No, man. You know how much laws, statutes, commandments, and commandments that we read here? There is 613 laws, commandments, and statutes. You have positive commands and you have negative commands. You have thou shalt and you have thou shalt not. And all these laws that we read in this book is connected to your organs. It's connected to your bloodstream. It's connected to your organs. And when we violate these laws, you damage yourself. You damage your organs. You damage your bloodstream by not adhering to what? Look, you think this is some type of metaphoric? He said, the laws of God gives life. It gives life. How can these laws give you life if you don't die? You got to die first to live. You got to die first to live now because Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which instituted death. God didn't create man to die, man. Nothing that God creates dies. Listen, man. Nothing that God creates dies. He created everything perfect in its own sense. Okay? And God gave everybody a choice. So guess what? I'll give you a choice. I'm not going to force you. I only force my household. But I do give you a choice. Whether you want to live, whether you want to do these laws or not. Whether you want to live this way or not. It's your choice to go off. You don't want to live this way, then we got to separate. Just like God gave us a choice, and he gave Adam a choice. Gave him a command. He said, don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil that is in the midst of the garden. Okay? We got to stop adding on to what we read. Stop read all these fairy tales that we hear about are Jewish folklores. What is a folklore, brother?
A made-up story.
A made-up. How about this? A made-up story. That's what a folklore is. Their determination or their description of what they think happened. Like people come up with Lilith. Like people come up with beings. Come on, man.
They weren't trees.
Come on, man. We got to realize one thing. Moses wrote the first 5 books. Right. Moses wrote Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. How was Moses able to write these books if he wasn't there in Genesis? Let me tell you how God told him. All these words that you're reading here, it was reiterated to Moses in that mountain when he went 40 days and 40 nights in that mountain to receive the laws, commandments, and statutes from this living God, a God that you can't see. That's the God I serve. I don't want to serve a God that I can put him up in the bathroom. I can tack him up on a wall. No, we serve a God that you can't see. I'm not serving no God that you can take him and hang him up on a cross. Listen, I serve the God of the spirits of all flesh. God of the spirit of all flesh. In one part of the book, he said, I gave you a residue. Not a residue, a section, a little bit of my spirit. So God said, when I gave you a little bit or a section of my spirit, he said, that's what caused me to seek after the godly, to see if you have any godliness in you. In Malachi chapter 2, which I'm going to go into later, to see if you have any godliness in you. But the people chose everything other than godliness and righteousness. They chose to walk after their own ways and the stubbornness of their own heart. I'm in Exodus chapter 1, verse 5.
And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls.
And all the souls that came out of Jacob was 70 souls. For Joseph was in Egypt already. Joseph was in Egypt already. Now, God, the Creator, challenged all the gods of Egypt, because Egypt had many gods. They had many gods. A god for this, a god for the other, a god. Listen, how in the world they had so much God? I don't understand that. You know why? Because it must be no gods. A God, an eternal one, do it all things.
No limits.
He has no limits.
Yeah, he don't just do this.
Right. He wasn't a God that was limited in his doings. That's what the Egyptians had. Egyptians had a God for crop, a God for fertility. But my God does both. You don't need, he covers all aspects. We need to realize something, man. A God covers all aspects. Not a God to bring the sun out, a God to make it rain, a God to make it thunder, a God for fertility, a God for crop, a God for all these damn gods, man. No. My God covers all. I can go to him for anything. He covers every topic. Every topic, man. That's what makes the Most High God great.
That's right.
God is what his name is. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's right.
He said, I am the everlasting God. He said, I am the eternal one.
That's right.
Okay? Time sheet, read.
And Joseph died.
Joseph died, and all his brethren,
and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied, and were exceeding mighty. And the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph.
There arose a new king in Egypt. A new king in Egypt that what?
That knew not Joseph.
That knew not Joseph.
And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come.
He said, behold, the people what?
The people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we.
The children of Israel increased in Egypt. There was millions of them.
They outnumbering.
Scientists? Archaeologists came over the news and said, man, it was millions of people that left Egypt. Almost 3.5, 4.0 millions of people left that place, man. Left that place. Read.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, the land. Therefore they did set over their taskmaster to afflict them with their burdens. And
they set over them taskmasters to do what?
To afflict them with their burdens.
To afflict them with their burdens, read.
And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. The more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were weak because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. They made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives of which the name of the one was
Shiphrah,
Shiphrah, and the other name Puah.
He made their bondage hard. He made it hard for them. Took away certain things. Took this away. The things that was made the bondage lenient and easy, he took it away. Made it harder for them. Go ahead. Now, Shiphrah and Puah were 2 Hebrew midwives. Okay?
And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew woman, and see them upon the stools.
Midwives were women that can not conceive, but that can deliver. Help deliver a baby. They knew what to do when they're delivering a baby, right? Read.
And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew woman, and see them upon the stools, to be a son, and you
see them upon the stools. One thing we need to realize why I said upon the stool, because when you're delivering a child, they lay down. That's what makes delivering a baby harder. They usually squat. They squat, so gravity can pull the baby down out of their private part. So when you're doing the office of a midwife, you sit on the stool, read.
If it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then ye shall live.
You don't understand what's going on here? This is what's going on. Genocide. And we're going through the same instance of genocide today, just not in this manner. Not in this manner, but in a different manner. Because you don't notice there is more homosexuals going on. Men is snipping themselves. You know what a snip is? A snip is when you snip yourself, you cut that, you burn that tube. You have a canal, vasectomy, to where sperm, you'll still ejaculate, but the seed will be stopped.
It's dead. Stop the seed.
In the prophecy, he says 7 women. This is God's prophecy. He says 7 women shall grab hold of one man. You know what they're going to tell him? He said, listen, we don't want you to take care of us. We don't want you to do nothing. We just want to bear your name. And there is a shortage of men. However it's going to happen. Black on black crime. We are one people. You think we want people. You better be on guard. Blacks. Black on black crime. Blacks killing blacks. That's genocide. That's why the guns will continue to come in. That's why the drugs will continue to come in. That's why it's fentanyl. No, you know what, Charlie? We're gonna leave the fentanyl out there so the niggers can kill them. Yeah, and that's what's happening. They want you to kill off each other.
Any which way.
Any which way. They're not gonna kill the baby coming from the parent because it's too noticeable. It's too noticeable.
But the midwives feared God.
But the midwives feared God. Okay.
They did not, as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive.
Right. You had women that feared God. You can have women that have some type of fear for God to where they didn't hearken to the master. The master ordered and told him to kill the son. He said, but the midwives feared God and saved the man child alive.
That's right.
Tom C.
And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, why have ye done this thing and have saved the men children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women.
Because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian woman. That is a high point right there. Whether we're dealing with men or women, you cannot, men, you cannot, woman, look at yourself as the same. Because if you look at yourself as the same, then you're not going to make no changes. We got to look at ourselves as different so that we can start putting in, so that we can start looking different and doing things differently in the ways or in the manner that God has set up. But no. We don't want to look at ourselves as different. We don't want to be opposite. We want to be the same. You don't want to show no distinguishing. We gotta stop like a sore thumb, so that God can accept us one way. Only accept us one way. And the only way God will accept you in that one way is to adhere to these laws. These laws is what please God.
That's right.
We learn these laws so that we can please God, so we can follow His will. When we turn our backs on these laws, guess what? He's going to despise us. He will despise you. He will. Get out of your head. God is all love. Yeah, okay. Yeah, God is love. He's merciful. He's compassionate. He's kind. And He also has anger, hatred in Him. And if you go against Him and despise God, and He will despise you. He's going to feed you according to what you spit out. Only according to what you put out, God will feed you. Feed you according to that. They are lively.
The deliberate ear of the midwives come in unto them.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, God and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that He made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every boy ye shall save alive. Chapter 2. And there went a man to the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bare a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child.
And what?
When the woman conceived and
bare a son, read.
And when she saw that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months.
She hid him 3 months. The mother was able to look at the child and say whether this child is going to be good, whether, man, I see some wretchedness in this child. This child going to be a bad one here. Yeah, the parents can see that from the kids' babies and mannerism from children. Parents can look at the child and say, nah, this one's a good son. This one's a good daughter. This one here, this one's going to be trouble. The parents, something about that God equipped the parents with. A parent can look at the child and say, well, not my son. My son wouldn't do that. My son is not going to act this way. My son not going to do this. Man, my son was doing boom, boom, boom. Yeah, well, somebody tempted him. Because he don't act in this manner like that. He don't move this way. And if he started moving that way, one of you tempted him, something pushed him. One of you guys pushed him to it. Parents could tell. Tomshi.
And when she could no longer hide
him. She had to hide him. Because it was a death wish on all males. All males. Tomshi.
When she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes.
Daubed
it with slime.
With
pitch.
Pitch's tar.
And put the child therein.
Put the child in the basket.
And she laid it in the flags by the river's brink.
Read.
And his sister stood afar off to wait what would be done to him. The daughter of Pharaoh came down and herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the riverside. She saw the ark on the flags. She sent her maid to fetch it. When she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, they wept, and she had compassion on him. Verse 6.
Okay.
And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, they wept. And she had compassion on him. And said, this is the Hebrew. Then sister Pharaoh, shall I go to call thee a nurse of the Hebrew woman, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, take this child away and nurse it for me. I will give thee thy wages. The woman took the child and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and became her son. And he called his name Moses. And she said, because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days when Moses was grown,
Moses was grown.
And he went out unto his brethren.
He went out to his brethren, which means what? He knew, he was aware that he was not an Egyptian.
He knew it was different.
He knew he was different. Why? Because his mother taught him. That's who teach the children, man. The mother. The father didn't come home and teach the children nothing. The father's yours in the fields. So you couldn't have a dummy for a wife. The woman, the wife, or the woman you took to yourself had to know and be knowledgeable enough to teach and school that boy or school the daughters.
It came to pass in those days when Moses was grown that he went out unto his brethren and looked on their burdens. And he spied an Egyptian smiting a Hebrew, one of his brethren.
He seen an Egyptian smiting a Hebrew, one of his own brothers. Read.
And he looked this way and that way. When he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in
Nobody's watching. He went, took the Egyptian, killed him, hid him in the sand. Read.
And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together.
2 men of the Hebrews strove. They're going at it. They're arguing. So you see 2 brothers, they arguing, striving, right? Read.
And he said to him that did the wrong, wherefore smitest thou
thy brother? Why you smite your brother, man? Why you smite your brother?
That did the wrong.
That the one that did the wrong. Why you smite your brother? And this is what we need to take heed to. Sometimes we may need to confront someone else and remind them of the evil or of the wrong that they did. Listen, you was wrong. You know why we have to do that? Because number one, I gotta show God. I gotta show God who I'm with, whose side I'm on. If I'm on God's side, or I'm partial, and I'm gonna can't be like that, right? Right, read.
And he said, who made thee a prince and a judge over us?
Who made you a prince and a judge among us? That's like the typical dude, man. You ain't my pops. Man, you ain't no head. Man, you ain't no leader. Man, you can't tell me nothing. That's pride. That's pride. Not able to accept correction. Okay, read.
Intendest thou to kill me as thou killest the Egyptians?
Man, did you intend to kill me like you killed the Egyptians? Now, why you had to speak on that? I killed the Egyptian for you. He was lambasting you, killing you, about to kill you. I took him, look this way, look that way, killed him, hit him in the sand. Here he go, bringing it up. Read.
And Moses feared and said, surely this thing is known.
Moses is out now. Moses got to go because the word got back to Pharaoh. Once the word got back to Pharaoh, read.
And when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well.
The Midianites, Jethro and those guys, those were the Kenites.
Yes.
Okay. Years and years done passed. We're going into the time of Saul, when God gave Saul a command and told him to kill the sinners. You hear what I'm telling you? God commanded Saul to kill the sinners. Yeah. So when we sin against God, we have a death wish over our head with God. So when he commanded him to go kill the sinners, kill Agag, don't bring back the best of the sheep, don't bring nothing back. Guess what he did? Before he did that, he said, I remember the kindness that the Kenites did to the children of Israel. Told the Kenites to remove themselves. Now let me show you the good and the righteousness of God. Anytime a person do you good, it doesn't die. It doesn't die. This is something that must be remembered and upheld as long as you live. But people don't have that mindset. People don't have that mindset. They have turned away from God. So they are, read.
Verse 16.
Read.
Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water and filled the troughs with water their fathers.
Priest of Midian had 7 daughters. They went to go water their father's flock. Read.
And the shepherds came and drove them away.
The shepherds came by. So while they're there drawing the water for their father's flocks, you had a bunch of shepherds that came and bogarted and took over the water, pushed them away, and to take over the water, to skip them. Right, Reed?
But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. When they came to very well,
Moses stood up and helped. Which means, no, y'all not going to bogart and take over these women. The woman was there for let them water. So now they going back. They got their flock watered. They going back to Jezebel.
And when they came to very well their father, he said, how is it that ye are come so soon today?
Well, who is Jethro? He knew that the shepherds used to come through many a times and bogart themselves and take over the water.
So he knew they were going to take them.
But the woman stayed in their place. That was the situation and the point here. The woman never tried to push up or get big-chested or go back and forth with a dude because you're not going to win. So basically, you just got to shut your mouth, be humble, and walk away. Because guess what? The dudes today, most dudes ain't going to take it. You're going to end up getting hit. So they stayed in their place. They walked away. Jethro knew. So he was like, all right, that's good. They stayed all right. So they said, wait. He said, how in the world I got back here so soon? Usually the shepherds, this is an everyday thing. They go to water, the shepherds come by, they got to stop and pull back. Let them go first, and then they go back.
So they take a while.
So now they ended up coming back early. So Jethro asked him, he said, how y'all so good?
And he said, an Egyptian delivered us out of the hand.
Why did they call Moses an Egyptian? What type of, what did he give off to show them that he's an Egyptian? Why call him Egyptian? Because of his clothes. Because of how he was dressed. That is your identification. When you come to serve God, when you come and you have that determination to do his laws, you have to change your dress wear. You have to change your clothes, men and women.
That's right.
The word for miknasayim is a singular word. Singular. It's not plural. Miknasayim is not plural. It's only a masculine word. Miknasayim is pants. There were, if you go into history, back into I'm gonna go all the way back, 1300s, 1200s, 1400s, 1200s, 1100s. Yeah, I know I ain't gotta go far, but I went that far. You didn't see women didn't wear pants.
No.
Pants came about in a certain century, a certain time. Okay, that is a man's clothing. Pants are men's clothing. Okay. Nothing that a man used or had, woman can use it. She didn't put on my slippers and ran down the stairs. No, that's my slippers. Before you put on my slippers, you better walk barefoot or put on your own.
That's right.
You don't wear nothing that pertains unto a man. And we have to also put a separation between men's things and women's things.
Right.
Men's utensils and women's utensils.
Right.
Men's chairs and women's chairs.
Right.
You got 2 bathrooms, separate the bathroom. 1 bathroom is for the men, 1 bathroom is for the woman. If we got 1 shower, where we can't help it, we all use that 1 shower. But when you got to use that toilet, take a little bit out of your time to go to the other bathroom. Just for the sake of God's law. For the sake of God's law.
Yeah.
That's what we need to realize. And that's what all this is about. Are you able to make sacrifices for God? Not thinking about yourself. Not thinking about yourself. But first and foremost. Tom Sheet.
Verse 19.
Verse 19.
And they said, an Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us and watered the flock. And he said unto his daughters, where is he?
He said, where he at? If he delivered you out the hand of the Egyptians, he said, why you didn't bring him in? If he delivered you, that's good. That's the good that Jethro had in him. He said, man, how you let the man that delivered you and helped you,
You left him outside.
but you left him right there. Time sheet.
Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread.
He said, wait, hold up. She said, this the guy helped you, and he's saying you left him? He said, why you left him? He said, call him and bring him in so that he could eat some bread. See, our forefathers and the men and the people that we read about here, these men was, once you did them good, they felt an obligation to return the favor to you. They felt obligated to show you, to return the good back to you.
That's right.
Okay? We don't have that. We don't have that in us. Most people today don't have that in them. Oh man, remember, man, he did this for you, he did that, man. I don't care. You don't care. I need to get away from you. I need to be around people that does not have that mindset. Because if you don't have that mindset with him, then you ain't gonna have it with me. And look, people say don't expect it. Man, yeah, I can't expect it because I can't expect everybody to have the same heart as me. So therefore, I will just do you good and depart. And depart. Because I know what to expect. I know what to expect from a person that has not, that doesn't have a mentality to change towards God, to turn towards God. So if you don't have that mentality, you're going to deal with people anyhow, in any way, form or fashion, how you want, and then you're going to justify it. You see how we justify ourselves in our wrongdoings? We justify our own self in our wrongdoings, and we read about that in the book. We read about that in the book, read.
And Moses was content to dwell with the man and gave Moses support.
What made Moses content to dwell with the man? It was a treatment. The treatment that he received from Jethro was great. And because of the treatment that you gave me, made me comfortable and made me feel accepted. Made me feel as one. A part of you. So we got to realize something. When we this treatment that I'm talking about, you got to learn how to treat people so that they will feel that acceptance from them. But when the person don't feel accepted, there's a treatment that went down with that, and that's something that God don't like. God don't like that. See?
And Moses was content to dwell with the man and gave Moses Zipporah his daughter.
He was content to dwell with him. Next thing, Jethro gives him his daughter. He said, man, listen, take my daughter Zipporah, read.
And she bare him a son.
She bore him a son.
He called his name Gershom.
Gershom.
He said, I have been a stranger in a strange land.
I have been a stranger in a strange land, read.
And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died. And the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried. Their cry came up unto God by reason of the bondage. And God heard their groaning. And God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob.
Now, God heard their groaning, right? Now, it said the Most High remembered. God remembered his what?
His covenant.
His covenant. His covenant is his agreement. He said God remembered the agreement that he had with who?
With Abraham.
With Abraham, Isaac and with Jacob. So this was an agreement that God remembered. Now, what caused God to remember that agreement was the children of Israel sighing by reason of the bondage. They were sighing by reason of the bondage. God remembered Abraham, and then by him remembering Abraham, he remembered his seed. Tom, see?
And God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them.
Wait a minute. He's saying God looked upon the children of Israel, and he had respect unto them. What caused there is certain things you can do in life that will cause God to give you a certain amount of respect. There's certain things that we can do in our life to trigger those things. Tom, see?
Chapter 3. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert.
Now Moses done married the man's daughter. Guess what? Jethro ain't tell Moses to go keep the flock. He had to tell him. He said, man, this is my father-in-law. This is my pops. This is my father. I'm going to treat a man so as my own father. You know what? He said, let me keep the flock now. Your daughters ain't got to keep the flock no more. I'm here. I'm going to keep the flock. I'm going to water it. I'll take care of it. You see the mentality of this man here?
Yeah.
You see the mentality of this man, Moses? He didn't wait for his father to tell him to do this or do this.
That's right.
He seen it needed done, and he took care of it.
That's right.
That's when you are willing. That's a willing heart. You have to give initiative. That's a willing heart. Don't wait for me to tell you, because now it ain't accepted by God.
Okay.
Like in the law, he said, we got to be doing these laws of our own will.
That's right.
When we do it, what do you mean by doing it of your own will? By doing it because this is what you want. You have decided to do these laws, and this is why I'm doing it. Tom, she read.
Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of God.
Okay,
to
now.
Horeb.
So now he went and led the flock where?
To the mountain of God, even to Horeb.
Even to Horeb.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. Okay,
now, check it out. He's at the mountain of God, which is what? Outside. Right? When he turned, go ahead, read.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush.
And Moses said, I will not turn.
Verse 2.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in the flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. Did you hear that? The angels of God appeared unto him in the flame of fire. Angels can appear to you in any type of form or fashion.
That's correct.
Any type of form or fashion. So the angel appeared to Moses in that flame of fire and ignited the bush. The bush is burning, is on fire, but it ain't being consumed. Okay? He said, and he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. Verse 3.
And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And
Moses said, hey, listen here. He said, man, this is a great sight. He said, this little bush here burning is on fire, but it ain't being consumed by the fire. That is a sight. Anything like that will draw your attention to it. And that's why God gave him that. It ain't no vision. That wasn't no vision. That was straight up. That's why God performed that wondrous act to grab the man's attention. So he said, listen, let me go and see this great sight. What in the world is causing this bush to be on fire and it ain't being burned, being consumed? Read.
Verse 4. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush, Moses, Moses. And he said, here am I.
Now, if you also know interest. Moses had to show interest in this sight, to grab his attention in this sight, so that God can turn towards him and speak to him. Which means if we don't show attention in the Creator in these laws, we're not going to receive nothing back. God ain't going to deal with you. You ain't going to grab it. God ain't going to the Creator is not going to show you no attention if you don't show no interest in him first. Okay? In order to get some type of attention from God, you have to show interest in his laws. Number one. Tamshi?
And he said, draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes.
Don't come too close. Don't draw too nigh. You're coming too close.
Put off thy shoes from thy feet.
Take your shoes off their feet.
For the place whereon thou standest is holy.
For the place where you're standing at is holy ground. Tamshi?
Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father.
I am the God of your fathers.
The God of Abraham.
The God of Abraham.
The God of Isaac.
The God of
and the
Isaac.
God of Jacob.
And the God of Jacob.
And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God.
Moses hid his face. He said because he had fear in him. He was afraid to look where? Look upon God. He didn't want to look, so he hid his face. Tamshi?
And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their task.
I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of the taskmasters, for I know their sorrow. I feel what they're going through. You see the type of God we serve? We don't have a heart of flesh. We don't feel for each other. I gotta be able to feel for you and acknowledge and see what you're going through and the type of mindset and the state that you're in. And you gotta feel the same way also. You have to push that back out. I can't be acknowledging you and acknowledging the hurt and the sorrows that you're going through, and you don't acknowledge me. This is a two-way street, man. Tamshi?
And the Lord said, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land.
Egypt was the first world power.
That's right.
First world power. Okay? Tamshi?
And to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now those are
all Hamitic nations. All those are Hamitic nations. Tamshi.
Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said unto God, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth
Moses
the children
ain't
of
think
Israel?
too much about himself.
Modest.
He was very humble and modest. He said, man, who am I to go and tell him Pharaoh, well, I ain't nobody. He didn't think too much about him. He thought very less of himself and humble about himself, but God looked at him very highly because Moses had something in him that no man had in him. So there'll never be another prophet like this guy here that saw God and spoke to God, face to face, not in dreams, not in no riddles, not in no visions. God spoke to him face to face, man. Face to face, Tamshi.
And he said, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee.
He said, listen, I'm going to be with you, Moses, and I'm going to show you proof. I'm going to prove to you that I'm going to be with you. I'm going to be with you. Read.
When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain. And Moses said,
when you bring the people out of Egypt, you're going to end up right here.
Right here, this same
You're going to end up right here in this same spot before this mountain. Read.
And Moses said unto God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers has sent me unto you, And they shall say to me, what is his name? What shall I say unto them?
They don't know who God is. They spent 430 years in Egypt. The only gods they know about is the Egyptians, the gods of the Egyptians. So he said, man, when I go to these people to tell them these things, and they ask me, what God is this? What's his name? I ain't never heard about this God. The only gods they know about is the idols and the gods of Egypt. Tom Shee.
And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I am has sent me unto you.
That's right.
And God said, moreover unto Moses.
He said, God said to Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shall I say unto the children of Israel, that I am has sent me unto you. When we read the book, you find a lot of attributes that God used. Yeah. Stop calling God what you want to call him.
Exactly.
He's I am that I am. He's also known as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's also known as the eternal one. He's also known as the everlasting one. He's also known as God Almighty, which is El Shaddai. But you never heard him say, I hear people say this. I heard somebody say this on my job. I'm the universe. That's not an attribute that God used for himself. So you cannot call him that.
No.
I hear people say powers. That's not an attribute that God used for himself. No. Read the book and see what God used as an attribute, because we cannot call him by his name, which is Yod He Vav He. We left that name alone, and we call him by his attributes. Tamshi.
And God said moreover unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob,
and the God of Jacob
has sent me unto you. This is my name forever.
This is my what?
This is
my name forever.
That's it right there.
That's God's name forever. That's what you call God.
Always call him.
You can always call him that. You can always call him God Almighty. You can always call him the everlasting one. Those are things that you can call him. Tamshi.
This is my name forever. And this is my memorial unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together and say unto them, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you, verse 17. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites.
These are all Hamitic nations. Okay? Now, the Creator, we wasn't even established yet as a nation yet, because we was in Egypt. Every nation was set up, but God dispersed and was against these 7 nations because these was Hamitic. They had a lot of Hamitic customs that God hated and despised. Abominations that was in them, and God hated and despised. Right? Now go ahead.
Verse 18. And they shall hearken to thy voice, and thou shalt come, thou and the elders of Israel, the king of Egypt. Ye shall say unto him, the Lord God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Now let us go. We beseech thee 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go. No, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians.
The Egyptians got defeated by God. The Egyptians challenged the idols and the gods of Egypt, and they was defeated. But yet people still look towards Horus, which was a god in Egypt. The Ark. People still look towards the ways and the customs of Egypt. Go ahead, read.
And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians.
And I will give these people favor in the eyes of the Egyptians.
And it shall come to pass that when ye go, you shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourneth in her house jewels of silver, jewels of gold, and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians.
Read.
Chapter 4.
Read.
And Moses answered and said, but behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, but they will say, the Lord hath not appeared unto thee. And the Lord said unto him, what is that in thy hand? And he said, a rod.
So what's that in your hand? He said, a rod. Read.
He said, cast it on the ground, and he cast it on the ground. And it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it.
You see that? I don't know if we understand this yet. God used what the people been seeing for all their life. All they saw was magicians, sorcery, and people doing divination, and they believed in that. So in order to, he used what they believed, he used to grab their attention. So he called Moses. He said, listen, Moses did that without divination. Moses did that without dealing with warlock and witches. You don't need that. All he needed was God. What caused that serpent to turn to a snake? God did. He said, listen, Moses, this is what you're going to use. Take that rod, throw it on the ground, and it's going to turn into a serpent. Tom, see?
And the Lord said unto Moses, put forth thy hand and take it by the tail.
He said, now, I'm going to be strict. Don't grab it nowhere else. Now. Make sure you grab it at the tail. Don't grab it at the head, because you'll get big. Grab it at the tail. What happened when he grabbed it at the tail?
And he put forth his hand and caught it, and it became a rod.
Turned right back into a rod in the thing.
That they may believe that the Lord out of their fathers.
I'm doing this so that I can trigger some type of belief in the people. And God already knew that he had to do things like this to spark some type of belief in them to cause the people to come over, cross over. Tom, see?
They may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob hath appeared unto thee. And the Lord
now, certain situations may occur in a person's life today, and certain things may go down that should have sparked your belief in God just by certain situations. You ever read where he said, man, now I know. He said, man, because this happened, He said, man, now I know that there is no other God but this God, but the Creator, because the guy, this person he realized it by this action or whatever took place. Tom, see?
And the Lord said furthermore unto him, put now thine hand into thy bosom. And he
put your hand in your bosom.
And he put his hand into his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. I said,
now, check. You know what happens to your hand when it turns leprous? This is a complete, excellent example to show you that these people were not white. He put his hand in his bosom, took it out, and it turned leprous. Do anybody know the color of your hand when it turned leprous?
White.
It turns white. It turns white. That tells you that Moses is 18 that this book is about history of white people. No, it ain't white. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Adam, Eve, none of these people that we read about were white.
No, could be.
This was black people, man. This is the history that has never been told. That people was taught away from that the Christians has do away and abolished with this with the Old Testament. They give you a white JC. All you gotta do, you ain't gotta do nothing else. I ain't gotta keep no Shabbat. I ain't gotta do no laws. I ain't gotta respect nothing. All I gotta do is believe in Jake. Don't that sound some type of fiction? I was reading in the newspaper clipping. He said Jesus Christ is compared to Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. A fairy tale. And that came out in the news. But why do people refuse to turn away from these things and turn to God? Is because it's too much restrictions. These laws restrict you from doing what you like, what you delight in doing. Tamshi, read.
Verse 7. And he said, put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again.
And it turned back to his other flesh. So that tell you that Moses was a black man. Right. Moses was a black man. He wasn't white. Aaron was a black man. He wasn't white. Miriam was a black woman. They wasn't white. Tamshi.
And plucked it out of his bosom. And behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. And it shall come to pass that they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it came to pass that they will not believe all of these signs, neither hearken unto thy voice. Thou shalt take the water and pour it upon.
Okay, they don't believe these two signs. Go to the water of the river. Some of that water from the Nile River. Read.
Pour it upon the dry land.
Pour it on the dry, spill it on the dry land.
And the water which shall take it out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land.
Water that you took out the river and you pour it on the ground, it's going to turn blood. Science can't explain that. There is no way science can explain that. That is the word of God. That's the power of God's spoken word. Why the Nile River was used was because it was considered a god. The Nile River also irrigated through the whole land of Egypt. From the upper delta to the lower. And turned that whole Nile River into blood. What happened when blood sick? It stinks. It starts to smell. That's right, Tamshi.
Verse 10.
Verse
Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. And the Lord said unto him, who hath made man's mouth? Or who maketh the dumb?
You see what God said to him? He said, I'm not eloquent. My speech is not too good. He said, God told him to say, who made man's mouth? Who makes the dumb? Who makes the seeing?
Or the blind.
Or the blind.
Have not I the Lord?
He said, have not I the Lord? That's talk. He said, man, I do that. That's what I do. That's what God does.
I control it.
Read.
Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth.
He said, now go ahead and do what I told you. I'm going to be with your mouth. Read.
And teach thee what thou shalt say.
I'm going to tell you what you're going to say. Read.
And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. The anger of the Lord was Moses. And he said, is not Aaron the Levite? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee. And when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart.
And look, he said, go ahead, I will be with your mouth. Right? Moses said, actually, look, send Aaron, man, so that he could be my mouthpiece. He said, God got angry at him. He said, got angry with him. He said, all right, go ahead. He said, go ahead. He said, your brother's coming now. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt speak unto him, and put words in his mouth. And I will be with thy mouth with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. He shall be thy spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to thee instead of a mouth, and thou shalt be to him instead of God. And thou shalt take this rod in thine hand, wherewith thou shalt do signs. And returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren which are in Egypt, and see whether they yet be alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. And the Lord said unto Moses and Midian, Go, return unto Egypt, for all the men are dead which sought thy life.
See what God told him? God told him, he said, listen, go on and return to Egypt. He said, because everybody that sought your life and was looking for you to kill you, he said, they dead already. I'll read.
And Moses took his wife and his sons.
Moses took his wife, his sons.
And set them upon an ass.
Set them upon an ass.
And he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of God in his hand. The Lord said unto Moses, When thou goest to return into Egypt, see that thou do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in thine hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go.
That's a heavy one right there. God said, I will harden his heart so that he won't let the children of Israel go. So people say, oh, why did God stop him, or why he hardened his heart against what he wanted done? You know why? Because God wanted to challenge every deity that they served over there. It was part of the plan. And most of the time, it's not in the path, in your path, or in the writings for you to do good. Let me explain this to you. Most of us went too. Let me tell you, explain this to Pharaoh. Pharaoh went too far into wickedness. Pharaoh thought he was God, so God hardened his heart against doing the things that is lawful and right. And guess what? We dealing with the same God. If I or you, and if we live our life going in wickedness, going against God, sometimes we may go too far to where we can't come back. We done went too far into wickedness to where we cannot find our way back to God. So God harden your heart against doing the things that is lawful and right, and lead you in that same path that you done chose on yourself. That's what's taking place then, and that's what's taking place now. Sometimes we go too far into wickedness to where we can't find our way back to God. And then he harden your heart against doing the things that is lawful and right by God, because you went too far. Tom, see?
Verse 22.
Read.
Thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, even my firstborn.
Wait a minute. What does that say? He said, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And what the Christians say? They gave his only begotten son. To what? To die for the world, to die for the sins. How can one man die for all their sins? How can one man die for everyone's sins? How? In the book, it says, he said, every man shall die for his own sins, for his own iniquities. Nobody, I'm not going to die for you, and you ain't going to die for me. That won't be just by God to kill me and take me out for what you did, and kill you for something that someone else has did. And that's how we got to deal. I can't punish the mass if only one person violates. Well, you know what? The people ain't violated. That one did. Let's get rid of him. Let's get rid of him. He said, Israel's my son, my firstborn. That is God's firstborn. And how we get and remain that, how we got that title? Because of Abraham.
That's right.
Because of Abraham. Tom, see?
And I say unto thee, let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn.
He said, if you refuse to let my son go, if you refuse to let Israel go, then I'm going to slay your son, your firstborn. Read.
And it came to pass by the way in the end that the Lord met him and sought to kill him.
Met who?
Moses.
Met Moses. It came to pass, God met Moses in the way that he sought to kill him. Now we're going to see why God was going to kill Moses. Go ahead, read.
Then Zipporah took a sharp stone
and
cut off the foreskin of her son.
He forgot to circumcise his son. These laws are held in high regards, and there was a certain day where the son must get circumcised. He said on the 8th day, if you have a male child, that child's supposed to get circumcised on that 8th day. Moses forgot to circumcise his son on that 8th day, but he had a woman of his liking. He had a woman that was on point. He didn't have a deadbeat, a deadhead, because this woman was very she was, her spirit was up there, high level spirit, to where she was able to perceive that God's hands was going to be upon her own husband. That's the awareness that a wife needs to be for her husband. That's the awareness that Abigail had for Nabal. She was aware that Eve was determined for her own husband. So she went, took food, took whatever she had to take to be David. That's the wife's job. Make sure you are aware of whatever circumstances or problems that you have to be aware of, and you have to see this you have to see that before it happened. And that's what Zipporah did. She witnessed and perceived that God's hands was intended to kill Moses because he forgot to circumcise his son. Go ahead, let's read it now.
Then Zipporah took a sharp stone
and cut off the foreskin of her son
and cast it at his feet and said, surely a bloody husband thou art to me.
Now, when you read it in the Hebrew, the English said she circumcised her son, took the foreskin, and cast it. Anything that you cast, you throw it. Right? It don't mean that. The word for cast, it means to approach. She circumcised her son and approached his feet. How do you approach your feet? Standing up. What she did was bow down.
That's right.
She bowed down, got on her knees, and approached his feet, put her hand, and went down and said what she said. And she approached his feet. That's humbleness, man. That's humbleness. Read.
So he let him go. Then she said, a bloody husband thou art because of the circumcision. And the Lord said to Aaron, go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met him in the mount of God. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord, who had sent him and all the signs which he had commanded him. Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. Aaron spake all the words which the Lord had spoken unto Moses, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed, and when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, and then they bowed their heads and worshiped.
Go to Leviticus chapter 24. Leviticus chapter 24, verse 10.
And the son of an Israelitish woman.
Now, what made the woman Israelitish?
Whose father was an Egyptian.
What made the woman Israelitish? Why was she called Israelitish? The woman was Israelitish because she married an Egyptian man. And that's what caused the woman to be Israelitish. Tamshi?
Whose father was an Egyptian.
Went
out among the children of Israel. And this son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel strolled together in the camp.
The son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel, they in the midst of the camp getting down. They strolled. Tamshi?
And the Israelitish woman's son blasphemed.
The word for blaspheme is no care, right? No care. And the Israelite woman's son blasphemed the name of the Lord. The word for blaspheme is no care. It also means states explicitly. He stated explicitly the name of God. This is why I tell you, we cannot be mentioning the name of God. That's why I don't mention the name of God. not in prayer, not in nothing. Say, explicitly the name of the Lord and cursed. Watch your tongue. We don't look. We don't get punished for the things that our forefathers get killed for. You have to watch your speech in your mouth, man. When you saying certain things or voicing certain things or talking about in your conversation, and you want to curse and say the name of God, there's no separation. There's no separation.
And they brought him up to Moses, and his daughter's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri, of the tribe of Cain. For the war, that the mind of the Lord might be shown. God spake unto Moses, saying, Bring forth him that had cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the congregation.
Those are the witnesses. All that heard him put their hands on their head. They're the witnesses. Now, the witnesses, if they lying, their blood gonna be on them. I read.
Thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Whosoever curseth his God shall bear his sin. And he that blasphemes the name of the Lord, he shall surely be put. And all the congregation shall stone him as well as a stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemes the name of the Lord, shall be put to death. He that killeth any man shall surely be put to death. And he that
killeth any man shall surely be put to death. Okay? Read.
And he that killeth a beast shall make it good. Beast for beast.
You kill a beast, you gotta turn me a beast. You can't go around and kill my beast. Now I'm without a beast. The right thing for me to do is to replace it. And you're gonna feel that obligation to replace it because you broke it. You gotta make sure right that you have done wrong. I done did wrong. I did wrong. I messed up, and this is the cause of my wrong. So now I have to replace it. Most people don't. Tell you, man, this book tells you how to think. This book tells you how to think, shows you how to think to be accepted of God. Tamshi.
And if a man cause a blemish in his neighbor.
If a man cause a blemish in his neighbor. How do you cause a blemish in your neighbor? He lost an eye. His tooth is gone.
His face swollen.
His face is swollen. That's a blemish. Read.
As he hath done, so shall it be done.
You cause a blemish for me. Guess what? You gotta sit there and let me do the same thing to you that you done did to me. You took my eye out, I gotta take your eye out. That's eye for an eye. Read.
Breach for breach.
Breach for breach.
Eye for eye. Tooth for tooth. As he hath caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again. And he that killeth a beast, he shall restore it. And he that killeth a man, he shall be put to death. You shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger as for one of your own country. For I am the Lord your God. And Moses spake to the children of Israel that they should bring forth him that had cursed out of the camp and stone them with stones. And the children of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses.
Go to Malachi chapter 2. Go to Malachi chapter 2.
And now, O ye priests. This commandment is for you.
The priests was the last ones to mess up. Last ones. Because they had God chose Levi to be his priest, and he separated him from the rest of the other tribes. He said the priest, the Levi, he took to himself to do the service of God. Read.
If you will not hear, and if you will not lay it to heart.
If you won't hear and you won't lay it to heart, you know what that means when it says lay it to heart? It means to take it into consideration. Okay? But only a pious and a just man will take certain things into consideration. The person, man, consider this. They get more boisterous.
Yeah.
Man, consider they get more. Only a certain type of people consider certain things. It also means to be, when you lay something to heart, it means to be deeply affected or hurt by something. It bothers you for me to do this, and it's going to cause a domino effect. Only a certain type of people will consider that. You got to learn to take certain things in consideration. Who you going to hurt? Who's going to get hurt? What's going to take place or transpire after this? What's going to happen after this situation? Because remember, certain things go down as a domino effect.
That's right.
And it's all caused from your actions,
That's right.
from what you just did. Tamshi?
If ye will not hear, and if ye will not lay it to heart, to give glory unto my name, say the Lord of hosts.
If ye will not hear, and what? And you will not lay it to heart,
to give glory unto my name, say the Lord of hosts.
to give glory to the name of God. How many of us lay that into consideration, ever thought about giving God his glory? And how do you give God his glory? By sending up prayers, by sending up praises. Go ahead, read.
I will even send a curse upon
He
you.
said, I will even send a curse upon you.
And I will curse your blessings.
And I will curse your blessings. You see what caused, look, we're not blessed. Oh, I'm blessed. Hey, how you doing, sister? I'm blessed. Hey, what's up, my brother? How you doing? I'm blessed. But God just said he cursed you. He put a curse upon you. Why God put this curse upon us? Only because we refuse to hearken to God. That's why he put a curse on it. Because we refused to hearken to his laws. So he cursed us. He said, I will even send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings.
Yea, I have cursed them already, because ye do not lay it to heart.
Because you don't lay it to heart. Read.
Behold, I will corrupt your seed.
He said, behold, I will corrupt your seed. The word for corrupt is ga'ad, means to curse or to corrupt. You see how this thing causes a whole domino effect? Because I don't acknowledge my ways with God, then my filthiness, God corrupt my seed, and with my filthiness, with my sins, with my iniquities. Tamshi?
Behold, I will corrupt your seed and spread dung upon your faces.
Now, in order for God to corrupt your seed, the child must not have no good in him. Why God didn't corrupt Jeroboam's son?
Right. Yeah, good.
Because before he corrupt you and he curse you, God analyzed you before he put the seed, if it's due, if it's worthy of me, if this is worthy of me to corrupt you. If it ain't worthy of me to do this, God ain't gonna do it. No, God ain't gonna do it. That's not the God we serve. Tamshi?
I will corrupt your seed and spread dung upon your faces. Even the dung of your solemn feasts, and one shall take you away with it. You know that I have sent this commandment unto you, that my covenant might be with Lewi, the Lord of hosts. My covenant was with him. My covenant was with him of life and peace.
My covenant was with him, life and peace.
And I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared me. And I gave it
to him for the fear wherewith he feared me. The word for fear, it says kata. It means to be terrified. You see that? They was terrified to violate the commandment of God. And where this took place at? At the grounds of Mount Sinai. When the nation of Israel made a golden calf, made that golden calf, the people got naked and they went into worship. But the Levites was afraid and they was terrified at that action, so they separated themselves. Separation plays a big role in whether you're down with it or not. Because if I attend the celebration, you're down with it. Read.
My covenant was with him of life and peace.
My covenant was with him of life and peace.
And I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared me. And was afraid before my name. The law of truth was in his mouth.
The law of truth was in his mouth.
And iniquity was not found in his lips.
And iniquity and justice, evil, was not found in his lips.
He walked with me in peace and equity.
He walked with me with peace and equity. The word for equity is mishor. It means righteousness. Walked with him in righteousness. Equity means being fair and equal. Impartial, being equal, being fair. I'm not gonna deal with you in one manner and then deal with this guy in this manner. I'm not gonna be partial. You violate. This person did the same thing that you did. He gets the same punishment. I'm not gonna go lenient on you. The only one that can do that is God.
That's right.
Because he sees fit whether he should do this or do whatever.
The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many away from iniquity.
Wait. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many away from iniquity. How do you turn a person away from iniquity? By teaching them the right thing, by showing them God's laws, by exposing them to his laws. And them in return, they showed changes. They emanated and showed change. Because no matter how much you show a person, it's up to them to change. It's up to you to change. It's your choice. Whether you change or you don't.
For the priests should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth. For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. But ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupted the covenant.
Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. To stumble, the word for stumble is kashal. Kashal means to stumble, and it also means to stagger. Okay? When you're staggering, you're wavering in purpose. You're fluctuating. You're shifting back and forth in your purpose. And our only purpose today is to serve God and keep his commandments. So you waver in your purpose. You back and forth with God, right? To stumble means to do what? To cause to fall into sin or to cause to fall into waywardness. Now, waywardness is when you following one's own wanting ways or your own inclination. You follow what you're inclined to or your own wanting ways. Read.
Therefore, verse 9.
Read.
Therefore have I also made you contemptible and base.
Therefore I have made you contemptible. No, contemptible means despised, hated. I done made you contemptible in the eyes of the people.
And base before all the people, according as ye have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law.
But according as what?
According as ye have not kept my ways.
You have not kept the ways of God,
but have been partial in the law. You have been
partial in you have shown favor in the laws of God.
Verse 10. Have we not all one Father?
Have we not all one Father? We have one Father. Read.
Hath not God created us?
Have not one God created us? God created us. One God. Not two, not three, not five, not six. One God created all these people, but all these people are not on that one accord, or not on that one path. Read.
Have we not all one Father? Hath not one God created us? Why do we deal treacherously, every man against
Why do
his
we
brother?
deal treacherously? Right? Now, let me back up a little bit. Your wanting ways. When you follow your own wanting ways, you know what is wanting? Wanting means having no just foundation. Not God. My Father has set me up on a just foundation and showed me what was just until I became a man to the understanding of a man, so I can discern and see and understand that there is a God. But before I knew that there was a God, I had my parents, and they showed me what was just. They showed me what was just and right according to the book. You don't learn and know God until when you get older. You don't know God in 9 and 8 years. You're still a child. Our forefathers in the book knew God at 8. Parents show you. Right? So go ahead, read. So go back to 10, verse 10.
Have we not all one Father?
Uh-huh.
Have not one God created us?
Mm-hmm.
Why do we deal treacherously, every man against
Why
his
do
brother?
we deal treacherously? Every man of what? Against his brother. So a brother can deal treacherous against another brother. What is treacherous? The word is by God. Okay? By God means treacherous. It means likely to betray trust. Okay? You can't be trusted. It means unreliable. You can't be relied on. Providing insecure footing or support. Now we learn the ways of a person that is treacherous. Tamshi?
Why do we, that Judah had dealt treacherously, and an abomination is committed in Israel and in Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
For Judah had profaned the holiness of the Lord.
Judah had profaned the holiness of God,
which he loved.
Which he loved.
He had married the daughter of a strange God.
Judah profaned. He profaned the holiness of God, which he loved, and has married the daughter of a foreign God. He didn't have no business marrying out of his tribe. He didn't have no business marrying to these foreign women that despised God, because those women was the woman that changed you. Those was the woman that changed you and had you and detoured you towards the things that was unlawful by God. Tamshi.
The Lord will cut off the man that doeth this.
The Lord will cut off the man that doeth this. The master
out of the tabernacle.
Okay, so now we're going to go into the Hebrew. In the Hebrew, it says, the Lord will cut off the man that doeth this. When it says the master, it says ed, ayin resh. Ed means to arouse or stir oneself up against. When you stir yourself up against God, when you stir yourself up against God, how do you stir yourself up against God? By doing things contrary from what we read. So we definitely fall in the way of being cut off by the Creator. We end up getting cut off by God because you cut your own self off by doing things that is against God. You say you stir yourself up against. Stir yourself up, read.
The master and the scholar. The tabernacles of Jacob.
The tabernacles of Jacob.
And he had offered an offering.
The word for offer it is magish. Magish means to approach. And him that approach and draw near to the offerings of God. So now you see why we didn't we can't build an altar and send up no offerings, because we don't have a high priest. All that is done. It's over with. We had that chance. Now God done took it away from us because we didn't know what to do with it when we had it. Tamshi.
And this have ye done again, covering the altar of the Lord with tears, with weeping and with crying out, insomuch that he regarded not the offering any more, or received it if goodwill at your hand.
Okay.
Yet he said, well,
this have he done again, covering the altar of the Lord with tears, with weeping, with crying. He said, insomuch that he regarded not the offering anymore. We started crying and crying because the people realized that God did not regard or accepted their offering no more. The word for regard is pana. Pay, noon, hey. Pana means to turn to. See, the people could realize that God didn't turn towards their offerings.
He didn't turn his face toward.
He realized that he didn't accept their offerings. You know why? Because they wasn't accepted. How do you think God is going to accept something from your hands? You are not accepted. You have to put yourself and make yourself be accepted of God first and foremost. Now, whatever comes from me, I will protect my family, my wife, my children, my household, everything that comes from me or that is me will be protected because I am protected of God. And I learned that from Job. I learned that from Job because Job extruded evil. He was upright and just. And God protected everything that belonged to him. His flock, his cattle, his herds, his children. Everything was protected because of that, because of the righteousness of this one man, which means a father can protect his house just by his righteousness. And the father, which God look at as the head, he can condemn his own house by the things that he does that is contrary to God.
Yet ye say, wherefore? Because the Lord hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth.
He said, because God has been a witness between you, old man, and the wife, your wife, the wife of your own or your youth. The wife of your youth is the woman that I married in my early age when I was young. Okay? Now, God said he was a witness against you and your wife. Look what God says.
Because the Lord hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously.
Oh, wait a minute. The husband has dealt treacherously with his wife. It ain't only the wife can be treacherous against the husband. It goes both ways. A man could be treacherous against his wife, and the wife can be treacherous against her husband. Okay? Again, you know what it is to be treacherous. To learn, can we understand what it is to be treacherous? Okay? When you're treacherous, you're likely to betray trust. You can't trust me, and I can't trust you. I should be able to leave certain things around, and I could trust my woman that this will get done. This ain't gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. And guess what? That's vice versa. My wife gotta be able to trust me. That's the right thing. When you look at your woman and you ask her, what happened? Man, you don't trust me? That's like a sore wound. It hurts. Yeah, it hurts. When your wife or when your husband tell you, listen, woman, I don't trust you. Like, what? All these years that I've been with you, you don't trust me? And vice versa.
That's right.
People like to look at this thing like one way. It ain't one way. It's a good thing for me to gain the trust of my wife. And it's a good thing for the wife to gain the trust of her man.
That's right.
This goes both ways. Now we're going to get into the definition of treacherous. So these are showing you the definition of treacherous so that we don't do it, so that we can stay away from it. Providing insecure footing. What is insecure footing? Okay. Now, you know what insecure is? Now, what do I mean by footing? Now, it ain't talking about your foot. Now, we can learn because when you read the book, you need this is an old dictionary. This ain't no new revised dictionary. It's a very old dictionary. You get a dictionary, you look up words that open you up to certain things. Certain things, right? Insecure footing. right? It means now what I see here from insecure footing is basically support. Insecure
Like
footing.
foot the bill.
Yeah, footing. Insecure footing.
I mean, like how?
Yeah, you can't. I don't have no support.
Not sure where you stand.
Right. No support.
Something that is not totally established.
Mm-hmm. Insecure footing and support. What's the next one? Unreliable. You know what unreliable is? I can't rely on you. I can't count on you. I can't rely on you. I can't count on you for nothing. Okay? To be unsure about a person. Okay? That's what treacherous is. So when you do these things, you're treacherous. Tamshi.
Verse 4, let me say wherefore, because the Lord hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously. Yet is she thy companion and the wife of thy covenant. Wait
a minute. You hear that? He said, yet. He said, she is what? She
thy
is
companion.
What verse you at?
At the end of 14.
Yeah. Is she thy companion?
And the wife.
Now let's go into the word companion. Companion means kaberet. Kaberet means your wife. Kaberet means your consort. To consort, a consort, someone you consort with, it means your spouse or associates. Your associate, to join or connect together. If she's my wife, there's supposed to be some type of connection. If you don't feel no connection between this man and this woman, then there's no grounds for me and you to be husband and wife. Because we don't have no connection. There's no link. There's no link. And because of the connection that we have, we were able to join. We were able to join. This is why you have some men and some women that is able to cohabitate with each other, and then they go their own ways. Because one thing, when you're being with a woman or a woman with a man, you're going to feel that connection. Like, oh, damn. They don't call it connection, but they say, I got a certain vibe. I feel the vibes that I'm getting from her. Or she feel the vibes that she's getting. That's the connection that's forming. There's a connection that's there, which caused us to continue to move forward. That's what caused us to move forward, because we felt that connection. Now, that's what happens, man. And most of us planned for this to turn out in this manner, but the connection was too strong, where we just kept coming back. You had to keep coming back. There's a connection that comes with husband and wife, man. Right. With a man and a woman, right? Okay, yeah. Is she thy companion and the wife of thy covenant? You know, it's the wife of your covenant. This is the wife of my agreement. Your covenant is your agreement. We got an agreement. Yeah. We got an agreement.
That's what makes two people married.
Yes, that's what brings two people together. That's what makes two people married, is agreements. Terms. You have to agree on these terms. There's terms. Okay?
And did not he make one? Yet had he the residue of the spirit.
Wait. What do you mean by did not he make one? God made one. Created a man, and he made Eve. And he connected them and joined them and called them one. What your wife do reflects on your husband. What your wife do reflects on your husband. This is talking about a marriage. We're talking about a marital state. We're talking about two people as joined together. He said, did not create one. Adam gave him Eve. He said, man, y'all should be as what? One flesh. God said, man, it's one flesh. He said, therefore I call her Eve because she came out of man. We got to understand this book, man. Open your eyes to what we need. Not two, not three, not four. That's why I got to respect Jezebel. Yeah, Jezebel was an evil woman. Jezebel was an evil woman. But one thing that Jezebel had in her was that she had a desire to honor her husband. Whatever her husband wanted, she went out of her way to go get it. She said, what happened? She went inside the throne. She looked at Ahab. She said, Ahab, what's your problem, man? What's wrong? He said, I want the vineyard of Nabal.
He won't give it.
He said, he won't give it. She said, well, dost thou govern the nation? He said, chill out. She said, I'm going to go get you this vineyard. She went out, took up letters, took his signet, stamped it, said, man, this guy done blasphemed God, done cursed God. Wrote the letter out, stamped it, set up memorabilia. That memorabilia means worthless, man. They ain't gonna investigate the matter. Set the man on high, killed him, went back to her husband. He said, behold, he said, go and possess the vineyard. Go and get it. She only wanted to accomplish her husband's desire. She wanted to accomplish her husband's desire. That was her only desire. And when you go back into Genesis, God told Eve, he said, unto thee shall he be your desire, and he shall rule over thee.
That's right.
That's the command that God gave to Eve, gave to the woman, which means he said, allow the man to rule you. Not the type of ruling that you think, as far as having your slaves. No, beating you up. No, I ain't with all that, man. If I gotta put my hands on you, you need to go.
That's right.
You gotta go. There's a door right there. You're dismissed. I'm not going through all that stressful. I'm too old to be going through that. You don't want to harden. You don't want to listen. You're putting me through all this trouble and stress and aggravations. There goes the delet. There goes the door. Delet is door. You can leave.
That's right.
Go on your way. See if the grass will be greener on the other side. So, go ahead, read.
And did he not make one?
And did not he make one?
Yet
Huh?
Yet had he the residue of the spirit, and wherefore one?
Yet had he the residue of the spirit. The residue means what remains, or a little bit, a remnant, a piece. We have a remnant of the Spirit of God in return, because we have a little piece or remnant of the Spirit of God in us. What is that?
And wherefore one? That he might seek a godly seed. Therefore,
he said, wherefore one? He said, and this is why. He said, that's why God seek a godly seed. Because you guys got a remnant and a section of my spirit in you. So it's there. But we don't feed the spirit. We don't feed that. We got to aggravate that good spirit that God gave us, that righteous spirit, by adhering to his laws, his commandments, and his statutes. Tom, see?
Therefore, take heed to your spirit.
He said, therefore, take heed to your spirit. We cannot move off of emotions. Because if we move off of emotions, then we're not going to take heed to ourselves. We're going to give ourselves our own wanton ways. I got to take heed to my spirit. You got to take heed to your spirit. We all got to take heed to ourselves, making sure that we don't turn away from God.
Be aware of yourself.
Be aware of yourself. Being able to ask yourself, man, why am I acting this way? And able to accept you're wrong. Man, I shouldn't have acted this way. I shouldn't have done this. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, take heed to your spirit, and let none deal treacherously against the wife of his youth.
He said, therefore, take heed to your spirit, and let none deal treacherously against their wife.
Watch yourself.
Don't deal treacherous with your wife. You know what's treacherous? I know the dude got married to a woman. The dude disappears. The wife don't know he at. Don't pay no bills, don't do nothing. That's treacherous. That's a treacherous act. Where you at? How do you just disappear and turn into Casper the ghost and you don't appear for such amount of time like that? That's treacherous. You know why? Because when you do that, you don't provide insecure feeling of support. You become unreliable. You become to spark up certain feelings of unsure feelings about a person. I'm going to start becoming unsure about you, not sure about you. Because you can go and come whenever you feel. Tom, see?
For the Lord, the God of Israel, say that he hated putting away.
For the Lord, the God of Israel said what?
That he hated putting away.
That he hate putting away. He hate divorce cases. Mm-hmm. He hate when a man, he hate breakups.
I want a divorce.
He hate when a man have to separate from his wife and divorce her. If we could lay everything out on the table and fix it, by all means, let's fix it and move forward.
Nobody do that.
Nobody wants to do that.
Nobody wants to settle differences.
Nobody wants to settle no differences.
Keep the relationship going.
Because guess what? In relationships, there's negatives and positives. There's trouble.
Yeah, let it stop.
All relationship, you think you're gonna escape it here, you're gonna run into another problem here. You think you're gonna escape it there, you're gonna run into another problem there. And now you become a doorknob where every man done got a turn.
Now you use that.
Now you all used up and abused.
Bitter. Don't trust nobody. So you deal treacherous.
So that leaves some type of standing on you. The thing is to fix whatever you got and push forward. Don't become a doorknob, but every man come and get a turn. Don't become a doorknob. Every man come and get a turn. My turn. Next thing, this one got a turn. Oh, don't catch her in an emotional state. Oh, she gonna go all the way in. How you just caught me? Well, you should have took your butt home then. If you knew your vulnerability. You know when you become vulnerable. Go home. Stop going out drinking and making yourself vulnerable.
That's right. That's right.
That's it. That's it.
That's right.
But God don't like divorce cases.
Yeah.
God hates that. He hates that a man have to divorce his wife.
Somebody not sticking to their agreement.
That's right. Tamshi. Verse
Okay.
17.
You have wearied the Lord with your words.
Yeah, wearied the Lord with your words.
Yet he say, wherein have we wearied him? He say, everyone that doeth evil is good in the sight of the Lord, and he delighteth in them. Or, where is the God of judgment?
Tamshi.
Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. And the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts. But who may abide the day of his coming?
Who's going to be able to abide the day when God visits the earth? No one will be able to withstand that. I will withstand that. You can't. The dread of God, you can't withstand none of that. Because guess what? The earth, there is going to be an end. We don't know when, but there is going to be an end, a day where God destroys everything on the earth. When that happens, you know what God said? When that happens, there will be no righteous on the earth at that point in time. The reason why God hasn't destroyed the earth like that yet, because there is still people in the earth that considers God. There is still people in the earth that call upon his name. There is still people in the earth that has that determination to push for righteousness and holiness. So therefore, he said, hold up. He said, I can't visit the earth yet. You gotta fit yourself into that list. I have to fit myself into one of those lists. Have God looked upon the earth and didn't destroy it because I got one here and I got one there. I got one over here. These guys that I'm pointing out has the determination to serve me. Let me hold back. Let me hold back. Time shape.
Who may about the day is coming? Who shall stand when he appeareth? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soap. And he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. And he shall purify the sons of Levi.
He shall purify the sons of Levi. You know what? Listen, purify. Gonna clean you up. When God clean you up, he removed fault. He removed that blemish. He removed that block from you, and you become perfect. You'll be in that perfect state. Tom Shape.
And he shall purify the sons of Levi and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord an offering in righteousness.
That he may what? Offer unto God.
That they may offer unto the Lord an offering of righteousness. Then shall the offering of Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto the Lord, as in the days of old, and as in the former years. And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, and against the adulterers, and against false swearers.
Wait a minute. People think it's a game. You have, when these people decide to do palm readers, be divinations and sorcerers and witchcraft and warlock, you have a first-class ticket. Those type of people have a first-class ticket to hell. Oh, but it's good. I do it, but I don't do evil. I do it for good. You're still doing it. Whether you do it for good or evil, God gave us commands to stay away from it.
God said no.
I help people know God gave us command to stay away from that.
They make money off of that. That's
what. Swiss sorts adulterers and against false swearers, and against those that oppress the hirelings in their wages, the widow, the fatherless, and that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, saith the Lord of God. Let him host. For I am the Lord, I change not. Therefore, ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. We're dealing with a God that don't change. The same God that we read here in the book is the same God now. He's not going to flip and flop and change his ways to suit you. He ain't going to change because of you. His standards are already set. The laws is already set. The curriculum and the standards are already set. There's nothing to add or take away. All we got to do is follow it. That's it. Read the book to seek out God's law and put it into action. Fulfill it. Read. For I am the Lord, even from the days of your fathers, ye are gone away from mine ordinance, and have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you, saith the Lord. Now, in order for God to return to you, we got to put forth that first foot to return to God first. We got to return first.
That's right.
Not God returning to you. No. That's like a father and his children. I'm not going to seek peace at the hand of my son. My son's supposed to seek peace at my hands.
That's right. That's
Okay?
right.
That's the honor and the respect that God gave to a father, to a parent, to parents. You seek peace at your father's hands. I seek peace to God.
That's right.
Not God seeking peace for me. Time sheet. I keep saying time sheet. He said, return to me and I will return to you, said the Lord. But he said, wherein shall we return? Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But you say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and in offerings. He said, yeah, we robbed God. We robbed God of his tithes and his offerings. I'm in Malachi chapter 3, verse 9. I robbed God. We robbed God of tithes and offerings. These are things that were supposed to be sent up to God. We stopped sending up our tithes. We stopped sending up our offerings. Pull it back. He said, ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. Bring ye all the tithe into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house. And prove me now, here what saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, and there shall not be room enough to receive it. I will rebuke the devourer for your sakes, and he shall not destroy the fruit of your vine. Shall your vine cast her fruit before the time in the field. And all nations shall call you blessed, for ye shall be a delightsome land, saith the Lord of hosts. Your words have been stopped against me, yet ye say, what have we spoken so much against thee? Ye have said, it is vain to serve God. And what profit is it that we have kept his ordinance, and that we have walked mournfully before the Lord of hosts? The people is saying, he said, there's no profit in us serving you. We're doing this thing here for nothing. I'm still broke. I ain't got nothing. I'm struggling. He said, what's the reason of me doing this? And that's the mindset of the people today. They don't see the profit of serving this God. And you're not going to receive the profit, the profit of serving this God until after. You don't get that profit now. You know what the profit is? Everlasting life.
That's right.
We serve this God, you'll live forever. God will feed you with the tree of immortality. You'll live forever. You're going to be in that time where God will erase death from the earth. He will remove that from the earth. It ain't going to be no more death. People will just live. There ain't going to be no more stealing, no more robbing. Everybody will have that determination to serve God, but that's not now. That's later on. He said, now we call the proud happy. Yeah, they that walk wickedness, you that work wickedness are set up. Yeah, they had tempt God are even delivered. Then they that feared the Lord spake often one to another. And the Lord hearkened and heard it, and the book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Lord. You hear that? He said, then they that fear God spake often one to another. Right? He said, the Most High wrote a book of remembrance for all them that feared God. Which means God have a book.
That's right.
And if he see that you have had fear in him, he fear in you for his laws.
That's right.
You're written in that book to be remembered. Well, don't forget this guy here. Don't forget Isaac. Don't forget this one.
Yeah.
Don't forget this one over here. Oh, don't forget this woman here. God remembers women too.
Nehemiah said, remember me.
Nehemiah said, remember me for this work that I done did for your name.
That's right.
So God remembers certain people because of the fear that they had in them for his laws.
That's right. That's right.
He said a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Lord and that thought upon his name.
Right.
And they shall be mine, saith the Lord of hosts, that day. I make up my jewel, and I will spare them as a man spared his own son that served him. You see?
Mm-hmm.
He said, this is why, and this is the actions that you see with fathers. You see this with fathers. The son spent most of his time serving his father, doing for his father, and he messed up that one time. The father ain't gonna come down on the son like he blew the world up.
Right.
That's not, the father ain't gonna do that.
Right.
He gonna end up getting spared because, man, this guy he got a history. He had a long history of serving his father. And the father realized that. The same thing like God. God ain't come all the way down with David, because David had a long history of serving God. So when he messed up that one time, God sent Nathan, the prophet, and told him, he said, tell him his iniquity has been erased.
Never happened.
You hear what I just said? God sent the prophet to tell King David that his iniquity has been erased. God done took away like he never did it. It ain't there. He received punishment for it, but it's like it ain't there. So that means God has a record of all the sins that we have committed before him.
Mm-hmm.
It's right in the archives. It's recorded.
Mm-hmm.
And your good is recorded. And he don't judge the wicked. The only people that is judged are people that been pushing for God. You separated yourself. You've been pushing for God. You keep falling off. You fall off here. You mess up here. You transgress here. Presumptuous iniquity here. You mess up here. So God judge you. Put you in the balance. I know that because I read it in the book. Okay, he said, then shall ye return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not. For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. Okay? He said, all the proud and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. Now, what is stubble? When you're stubble. I thought it was stumble. I gotta look up that word stumble. And the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it may leave them neither root nor branch. What that is, man? Root or branch, that goes into your posterity. That goes into your children. That's your posterity. That's your children. That's what comes from you. So God wiping everything out right now at this point in time. He said, but unto you that fear or that consider my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise. It ain't talking about S-O-N. It said the Son, Shemesh, the actual Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. And you shall go forth and grow up as a calf of the stall. That's what people do. And you shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes on the soles of your feet. In the day that I shall do this, saith the Lord of hosts. Remember ye the laws of Moses, my servant. You heard what God said? Mm-hmm. He threw that in there. He said, hey, Sakura, remember the laws of my servant Moses. Put it not out of your mind. Anything that you remember, you fulfill it. Put it into action. He said, remember the laws of the laws of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him. These laws and these commandments came from the mouth of God. It ain't come from Moses. It ain't came from nobody. That came from God. He said, in Horeb, at the time, at the ground of Mount Sinai, statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming and the dreadful, great and the dreadful day of God. Now you see who's coming. You hear all this, what people say? JC is supposed to rise on the third Sunday. He's supposed to be coming back. JC ain't coming back. Ain't nobody coming back. The only one that God spoke about coming back is Elijah. And when he come back, it ain't nothing nice. It ain't nothing nice. It's just before the day and the dreadful day of God to turn what? Now what? He said, before the coming and the dreadful day of God, and he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to the fathers. I was on the job, and I'm talking to one of my co-workers, and he was saying how he take care of his mother. He help her pay her bills. She stays in this condo. He does all this. So I'm hearing him talking about all his mother. So I asked him a question. I said, where's your father? You know what he said? He said, oh, F him. Oh, man. I don't want no dealings with him. I don't deal with him. I looked at him. Wow.
You got tired. You got mad. All of a sudden.
Is there a way? I asked him. I said, is there a way that you can mend the problem that you have with your father? Can you correct it? Like, why are you pushing your father away, but you with your moms? He said, well, came up with all these excuses of why he don't want nothing to do with his father. His father told him that he was going to shoot him. So it came to my head. When his father told him that, I said, what did you do?
Why?
What did you do that caused your father to tell you that? What caused him to say that? What did you do? He ain't have my answer. He ain't have an answer.
That's crazy.
What did you do that caused your father to tell you such things?
You couldn't say.
Couldn't say it. I said, man, you only get one father.
Mm-hmm.
You need to go fix that. Whatever problems you have with your father, which you ain't supposed to be having, you need to go fix it.
You just don't want to listen.
Yeah. You need to go fix that. It said he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to the fathers. Let me elaborate on that more. The hearts of the children is not turned towards the fathers. You know why? Because when the father get old, the first thing you want to do is put him in a home. Your heart ain't towards the father. Put him in the home.
That's all you want to do.
You don't want to deal with the situation. You go and put him in the home. I go back and do a scene whenever I can. Oh, that's the world. Put their parents in the homes. Nah, that's why I respect Anaya's mother's grandfather. He said, man, I ain't putting my mother in no home. His mother stayed with him in that house. And when she needed assistance, there was a nurse that came to the house, cooked, assisted to his mother, until he came home from work. And then she could leave. And now I take over the assistance. He didn't go nowhere. He didn't go to movies. He didn't say, man, I'm tired of being in none of that. His woman came to the house and stayed there with him if he felt like seeing her. And that's it. That's a sacrifice that we have to do for our parents. Because when you don't do it, you fall under that prophecy. You don't want God to send Elijah to you to turn your heart towards your parents or turn the parents' heart towards the seed.
Out of line. That's why.
Exactly.
That's why the parents' hearts is the seed is out of line.
But sometimes when the parents' heart may not be turned towards the seed because of what they do now. Abortion.
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 Yes, the
child is pregnant. You're already pregnant.
The shot.
You come. I don't want the child. It's only 1 month, a month and a half, 2 months. I'm going to get her a boy. Your heart ain't towards that seed.
They say it ain't born.
Your heart ain't towards that child. And with that, all right, that was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher, and lead. Chief Mika, Ben Lo.
Oh, don't tell me that. Don't
Want
tell
to
me.
know? What's your name?
I was just supposed to say AJ.
That's what it is.
Yes.
That's what abortion is. I thought what it was. When a woman is pregnant and you kill the baby.
A what?
When a woman is pregnant, she don't want to have the baby. So she goes to the doctor, and the doctor gives them a shot, and they kill the baby. That's what you call an abortion.
That's just true.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo. Giving all due respect to Chief Ben, Prince Men, mothers and sisters, and sisters of Israel, tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
Genesis, yeah, chapter 2. It said, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them, the host of whatever you see in the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
God created all of that. Everything you see, God created it. God is the one that made it and put it into existence. So now that is the 6th day, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been creating from the first day, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Verse 2. And on the 7th day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. So this is why God, none of those days had a name. It was just the first day, the 2nd day, the 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day. Down in Moses' time, he said the 6th day, gathered twice. It never had a name. The only day that had a name was the 7th day, and God called it the Sabbath. It had a name and a title. And this is why, okay? Because God ended his work which he had made, and he rested. Now, God don't sleep.
No.
He don't doze off. He doesn't get tired. Okay? He's everywhere at the same time. And what I mean past, future, and present. And all over the place, everywhere, on the earth and the heavens, he's everywhere, he sees everything, he knows everything. Nothing is hid from him. Mm-hmm. Okay? The whole universe, what we call the universe, is his. So when he rested on that day, he just ceased from work. He didn't create nothing.
That's it, yeah. You don't rest.
Okay? He don't rest. He don't sit back and put his feet up and I need something. He just didn't create nothing that day. Right? Mm-hmm. And he blessed that day. He said, man, this day is blessed. This is where man gets the idea to say, man, we're gonna keep this day. All man do that. This is where you got holidays and anniversaries and all that stuff. But man follows the days he made on that day. They don't follow the day that God said follow. It's saying God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it. He separated. So if it's separated, it's treated and dealt with in a different manner than the other days. Right. Because he had rested from, see, made more of a detail in this verse. He rested from work. He didn't go to rest because I've heard it come out of Israelites' mouth over the years. They say, oh no, on Shabbat, stay home. They have somewhere to go. They're not far away, right? They don't even tune in. There's a lot of Israelite camps that go live on Shabbat, on the days to congregate. And they don't even tune in. And they can make a holy convocation. Because that's one of the rules of the Shabbat. It said, these are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. But the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. It was, I can't tell you exactly when, but it was a long time till God made it rain on the earth. Okay? God didn't make it rain yet. It's the beginning. Okay? As we read along, things will be established. He didn't make it rain yet, right? The Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. There was not a man to till the ground. There was no man there yet. And God didn't create man yet. There was nobody there to plant and do nothing. So on the spoken word of God, the grass came up without being watered. Because he said there was no rain on the ground. So, like I said, I always say, science can't explain these things. You know, science is also astronomy and astrology.
Mm-hmm.
You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you studying something that has nothing to do with the Most High God, to see how it works and what's this, that's the science of up there, astronomy, astrology. Down here, they got different ideas and philosophies. They got religion. All of that is science. Believe it or not. That's why God say to do away with the ordinances of the Egyptians. And don't go and do the ordinances of the place where I bring you. Because how they do things brings a different type of thinking, and you're not going to get this. When you read it, you ain't going to get it. You're not going to do it. You're going to say, I don't have to do it. The stuff that God said to do, you say you don't have to do. So what that mean? You're contrary, you're backwards, you are opposing. So people say the Shabbat is on Monday. Israelite from out west somewhere posted on Facebook saying that everybody got the calendar wrong. It said the Israelites that go by the Jewish calendar, they're wrong. The ones that go by this calendar is wrong, and the secular calendar and all this. Look, the closest ones that got the closest calendar are the Jewish people. God allowed them to get certain things, okay? Mm-hmm. That way you will have access. Mm-hmm. But we're not supposed to follow Judaism. See, God made it to where, okay, boom, you want to follow God. Now, certain things, you got to go to the Jewish people and get it. But you got to watch how you deal with people. You can't bash them. You can't bash somebody and then you need something from them the next day.
Okay. Like
I said, the calendar is the closest to what you're going to get to here. Okay? A lot of things been tampered with. Right. But I know one thing. When you read this law over and over and practice it over and over, God will tell you how to do certain things the correct way. Right. He will tell you, he will give you a vibe, a feeling. Mm-hmm. He said, no, man, you're going to stick to it like this. I mean, look, I'm not sure. Certain things in the book is a question mark. It's not explained. It don't say how to atone, get the blood and atone. What is the procedure to atone for it? We don't know these things. Uh-huh. So we got to stick to what it's saying in the book. God said, the beginning of the months is Abib. Uh-huh. He said, this month shall be the beginning of months. That's it. That means you start counting one, you start counting from this month. This is the first month. This is the second month, and so on and so on. So forget about that, because they like to use that, oh, well, when you get them, you break it down to them properly and show them where their fault is at, They say, well, you know, it's been tampered with. Thou shalt not steal, that's tampered with?
No.
Thou shalt not lie one to another, is that tampered with?
Nope.
Honor your father and mother, is that tampered with?
Nope.
See what I mean? That's why everybody's not meant to open this book and explain nothing to nobody. Okay? We, as teachers, had to go through years of training and action with the training. Tests. My Ima told me the other day, and she had to take a test in Ben Azaki. All the woman. Man get a woman, and he bring her to the camp. By the time he bring her to the camp, she's already orientated. Right or wrong? Everybody did that.
Right.
Nobody was bringing straight in here, you know, with pants on, everything. Didn't do that. You met them during the week. You met them here and there. And after a while, you see she come in properly dressed. Right or wrong?
That's right.
She come in properly dressed. That says he's training her correctly.
That's right.
By the time she come here, she knows certain things already. She knows some Hebrew. They're not doing that no more. They're not giving them. They're not making anybody and put them up there to teach or to break down and all of this thing. But they're not qualified. Nobody has been tested and tried. Right or wrong?
Right.
Nobody. They don't do this no more. The women don't get tested. The children, the young men, they don't know nothing. They're supposed to get tested. They be sitting here and they say, no, but that it didn't go like that. I said, who told you that? You don't say that in the book about Moses. Where you getting these information from?
Yeah.
When the man said earlier, folklore.
Yep.
You know what lore is? Stories that may not be true. Stories we don't know where the origin came from. Okay? Stuff of legend, that's what they say. Meaning, this guy, he made up some stuff. And it's been passed down. And it's been kept as true. That's folklore. Stories. They have so many different stories of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Isaiah. It's the stuff they say about Moses. I'm like, man, okay. I'm around certain people that ask me a lot of questions about God every day. He said, yo, man, tell me about Moses. Out of the clear blue. But when I start telling them about Moses, he said, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I was taught this, or I was told this. And in another book, they said he did. I said, nah, all that is dead. Anything outside this Old Testament is dead. You gotta leave that alone. They add on. It's like a rumor. They start with one person, and they say, oh yeah, Shama ate the ice cream. By the time that sentence gets through 30 people, you done did a whole bank robbery. You don't went from ice cream down to you robbing the Chase Bank. Hearsay. If it's not in the law, don't follow it. Stop putting your own ideas in here. Because we have a modern way of thinking today. We think like the people of 2022. All right? You have to understand how they thought in the ancient world. Everybody in the ancient world thought different. There was more honor among heathens than now. You could bring a stranger into your house of your own people, because you can't do that. Oh, he's a stranger. Everybody's a stranger. How about that? Everybody's a stranger. That was born of Jacob's seed. If he don't do these things, he's a stranger. I don't know. Anybody outside of Lewi touch these utensils? Oh, but I'm Israelite, I'm not a Judah, but you can't touch this stuff. You a stranger. He said, they're a stranger. Don't let no stranger come in there. That don't mean somebody, a Moabite, was able to come all the way from Moab land, go through the land, get up inside the tabernacle, get past the priest, and get to touch these things. No outsiders. You guys are the only ones appointed to do this. So anybody else is strange. He said, I separated Levi. They joined themselves. We're joined. He's joined to me. I made him holy to the people. Why? So that they could do the holy offerings of God. The people can't do it. He said, don't worry, in a little while, you're going to be a nation of priests. It was going to get to the point.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was going to get to that point. It's levels. It's levels. When God was giving them the law in the wilderness, a lot of laws wasn't activated until they got in the land.
Right. Because
They're in the jungle. Yeah. They're in the desert. Really, not the jungle, the desert. When you hear about the wilderness is sin. The wilderness here, Sukkot, Kadesh Barnea. These places are superbly hot and dry. And it's not the desert that you know, sand all over the ground, right? The ground is hard and cracked. You can't dig, you can't bury no children. All the Israelites that died, that got killed in the wilderness, their bodies rotted right there in the wilderness. There were no burials. You can't sow nothing. They didn't sow anything and reap anything. You understand the position God put them in? So when you get tested, man, listen, he bring you to the brink of death and bring you back, right? So that's why I said, hope in the Lord. Put your hope in God. Put your faith in God. Because God, if you believe in him, you believe he can turn anything around. And so when you believe in God, I'm talking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I'm talking about the God of Moses, the God that dwelt on that descended on Mount Sinai and lit it on fire, that spoke to the people out of the fire. That God. See, with that God, you can put hope in. With that God, you can wait it out. You can wait things out. You can say, man, I put it on God. I'm going to put this on God. I put my whole trust on him. And whatever is whatever. Because now, once you do that, nobody can tell you nothing and change your mind.
It's all up to God.
No, nothing can happen. Nothing can happen to make my faith now. Because then, so I said, I'll put it on God. I got to keep that strength and put it on him. Because stuff going to happen. You're going to get a dent here and there. But he said, our hope is in the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He made heaven and earth. He controls viruses, bacteria, plagues. Sometimes God, I read it in Job. He said, go ahead, do what you're going to do. So sometimes it's just the Satan doing it. He said he made a wind from the east come. God allowed him to do that because he removed the hedge. He said, but there went up a mist from the earth, verse 6, and watered the whole face of the ground. This is called dew, D-E-W, the dew. Before the sun come up, the dew is on the ground.
Sure is.
Overnight.
The dew was in your car.
Sometimes you come out and go outside, you see your car wet. It wasn't raining. It wasn't raining. And it's a summer night. But at a certain point, the transition into dawn, okay, the dew, and that's how, things have to get watered. That's their nourishment. God didn't cause it to rain yet. Well, and the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground. The dust of the ground, dirt, ground. The same thing that the grass came out of. The same thing that the beasts of the field and the creeping things came out of. The earth. That's why our food is centered from what grows from the ground. Right. And later on, Down the line, God allowed him to eat flesh. He said, but not with the blood and not with the fat. And then you can only eat certain animals that have these characteristics. And out of the animals that have these characteristics is only ox, sheep, goat, lamb, and everything from the deer family. Giraffes, buffaloes, bisons. Okay? You see that in Africa, in the Serengeti. First of all, they didn't inhabit in this time. It said the queen of Jezebel, the queen of Sheba, brung peacocks and monkeys. When she came, if you read what she did, what she brung, she brung certain jewels that you only get from certain places in the mines.
Yeah.
Stuff that don't grow here, you don't get here. She brung that stuff, peacocks. So a lot of times over time, animals, fruits, and vegetables get imported from different parts of the world. Another part of the world is called import, export. Mm-hmm. This is how all the countries make their money now. It started from back then. They formed man out of the dust of the ground.
And breathed into his nostril
the breath of life. And man became a living soul. He said he breathed into his nostrils, so he made the man, but he still wasn't moving.
Right.
Lying down on the ground, look like he dead. Mm-hmm. Don't have no life in him.
Right.
And God, he said, and breathed into his nostrils. He went like this to his nostrils. But what God blew into his nostrils wasn't oxygen.
That's right.
Because the heart ain't pumping yet. What activates that heart to pump? And the chest to compress air and push it in and out. Mm-hmm. And then the blood is moving around. Because he had blood in him too. The whole body is ready to go. Bones, everything. But it's not activated. God has not activated it. So he breathed the spirit of the breath of life into him. And man became a living soul. And I've been around people who died. And you hear the breath of life leaving them. That spirit is the spirit. Mm-hmm. That's why they say the wind. He said the wind is the spirit.
You really hear it.
Okay? And you hear it. God has that wind. When he blow his breath, it's life in that breath. Mm-hmm. Okay? And when he do that, boom, man's eyes open and everything's working. Okay? The heart was designed to beat forever. Man, we have everything was made to regenerate and heal itself. You know that, right?
Right.
Wickedness cut that down. Wickedness cut that down. You would think, man, you were superhuman in a mortal life. You don't get disease, you don't get sick. Okay? Before Adam ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, there was no such thing as plague or disease. All these things come about from sin.
Right. Sin
didn't exist yet in man until he ate. Well, man.
And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden. And there he put the man whom he had formed.
Eden. It's the first mention of a city or place or country on the planet. Eden. This certain spot, this here is called Eden. That's why it's called the Garden of Eden. And the garden was put in a place that God called Eden. Okay?
And out of the ground made Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food.
Every tree came from out the ground that produces what? Food. That's where the food at. Mm-hmm. And good for food.
Right.
The tree of life also was there in the midst of the garden and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Mm-hmm. So they said the tree of life was in the middle of the garden and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Mm-hmm. It was there Two specific trees. One you eat from, you live forever. The other one you eat from, you get knowledge of good and evil. You know what righteousness is and what wickedness is. Well, before they ate that, they didn't know righteousness. They didn't need it because they didn't have evil in them. These two, you ain't gonna have one without the other on this planet. Okay? That's why I say fight the evil. Fight, but depart from iniquity as if it was a serpent. But before that, they were what you call innocent. They didn't know no better. Like animals. Animals don't know right or wrong. Right or wrong.
It's instinct.
The raccoon saw the cat's food there. He didn't say, "No, I'm not going to steal the cat's food because it don't belong to me."
It's food. I'm hungry.
Right or wrong? The raccoon going over there, he'll go over there in front of the cat face, or when the cat's not there, and dig his hand in it and walk off. Animals don't have that in them. Okay? They don't come from, when God made the beasts and the creeping things, they came all up one time. They came up out of the ground. Okay? They came up out of the ground. They didn't eat from the fruit of the tree. They didn't eat from the fruit. They didn't eat that. Man did. So man has the knowledge of what is right and wrong. Come see.
And the river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads.
So there was a river that went out of Eden to water the garden. So the garden of Eden was placed on the outskirts of Eden. Right on the outskirts of Eden, but it's right on the outskirts. And that water went through Eden, okay, to water the garden. Like irrigation, like you were saying. And from thence it was parted. And from there, it left from Eden, it parted into 4 rivers. That one big river split into 4 big rivers. How she?
The name of the first is Pison. That is which compasseth the whole land of Hawilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. And there is bdellium and onyx stones.
These are precious stones, man. Valuable and precious stones in those areas.
And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same as that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it, which goeth towards the east of Assyria. And the 4th river is Euphrates.
The only one we know about is the Hiddekel and Euphrates. I know with Pison. Okay.
Locate.
And Gihon River. There's no place on this planet where you're going to find that description. When one big river parts into 4 big rivers, and along Pison, along the land which Pison goes, right, it's nothing but gold. That means that whole land, you're able to mine and get gold. There's a place like that now. You don't know. You know, God hid this place. See, because you can follow this like a map, the geographical location, and find the Garden of Eden. So God broke that path up. He blocked the way, shifted continents. Continent shift, land masses pop up and go down. That way, you can't find this. You can't find it because you go in there and you get to the tree of life, you live forever. That's why God kicked out Adam. He said, "Let man eat this and live forever, knowing good and evil."
Right.
Man cannot live forever knowing good and evil, being wicked. That's why you die. That's why death is instituted for that.
And the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, "Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat."
This is the command now. He said, "Look, come here, man. Come into the garden." Garden. Look, man, huge. Like a countryside. Okay? With trees all over. Certain trees that was there don't exist now. Yeah, certain plants, certain animals, certain fruits and vegetables that existed then don't exist now. Mm-hmm. And it was all there in the Garden of Eden. So they said, look, man, this is my garden, man. That was God's garden. That wasn't Adam's garden. God made that garden. He caused more trees to come up in that area. And he took those 2 trees and put it there. In the midst, in the middle. Mm-hmm. But he said of every tree of the garden, thou mayest freely eat. Of every tree that's here, you can eat freely. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. Mm-hmm. Now, this is why a lot of people say God, Eve lying. God didn't say that to her because Adam didn't say that. The part with the touching. They said that that's why they say Eve didn't. It is not valid what she said. First of all, she said what God said. Right? Whether Adam told her God said, God told her straight up. She got the order. The Lord said, we mustn't do this, do this, do this. In order to eat it, you gotta touch it. I mean, you ain't gonna stand up under a tree and wait for the fruit to drop in your mouth. You're gonna walk up to it and you're gonna hit it, grab it. You gotta put your hands to it. And in order to eat it, you didn't eat an apple with a fork. You ate it with your hands, right or wrong. Right. And give you a fruit to eat, what you do. You take it with your hand, you peel it. You peeling the orange, you peeling the banana, right or wrong. Okay? You eat grapes, you pluck them from the cluster and put it in your mouth. So you gotta touch it. Before it went in my mouth, it was in my hand. That's why it was specific. Don't even touch it. That means stay far away from me. If something is not to be touched, that means you don't even go near it. Mistake, stumbling upon it. So,
but the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat it. When the dead thou eat it, thou shalt surely die.
That's it. I ain't gotta explain it. That's the bottom line. You're gonna die if you eat it. You're not gonna understand about breaking. People say, yo, but he's not gonna understand any more than that.
No.
You understand?
No.
Because if you eat it, you will have knowledge of good and evil. And then the evil seed will be strong. He's not gonna understand that. He's innocent. Right. It's gonna go over his head. The only thing he's gonna understand is God say yes or no. Eat it or not, right or wrong. That's why people have to stop questioning what they read in the book. Mm-hmm. I expect the heathens to do that. They're supposed to question it. They're supposed to not believe. They're supposed to doubt. I'm not supposed to hear Israelites and seeing them all over and following the heathen being so opinionated online. Okay? Question everything. Because that's what the heathen do. That's what things is for. It's a platform for you to have your own opinion and justify your opinion. People don't use it what it's for now. People use it to get at people and to build and to tear down and to talk against. The Israelites doing it. I expect heathens to do that, not Israelites. Leave alone, man. Leave Adam alone. Leave the story that's in here alone. She said, man, we ain't supposed to touch it or eat it. That's why he said, for in the day that thou eatest, therefore thereof thou shalt surely die. So all Adam knows is, man, if I eat it, I touch it, I die. When the woman came, he said, look, man, you eat it, you touch it, you die. We don't know if he told her directly or God told her directly, but she got the message from God. You think God spoke to Sarah? He spoke to Abraham. Mm-hmm. And whatever Sarah knew that God said, she got from Abraham. That's how it goes. Don't she?
And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone.
Adam never said that.
No, God said that.
He don't know, remember, he don't know good or evil or none of that stuff. He don't have that type of emotion there.
No.
He didn't say, oh man, I'm alone. Everybody else. He didn't say that. God saw that and said it's not good for him to be here. He needs a counterpart.
Right.
I hear men say about other men, say, oh man, yo, man, you need to get married, man. You need a woman. I've heard people tell them, I heard women tell a man that you need to get you a wife. Right or wrong?
Yep.
You're lonely. God peeped that. But you don't hear a man walking around with, yo, man, I'm lonely, man. I'm all by myself. You know,
Hold that down.
and the reason why he didn't do that, he don't know nothing about that. You gotta understand, his mind was very different, like robots. Okay? Hey, you see that artificial intelligence, that Alexa, all those things? That's good and evil in there. Because it has the intelligence of what humans put in there. That thing got good and evil in it. Okay? Adam and Eve was innocent. So he don't know what being alone is. Tough shit.
I will make him and help me for him. And out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them into Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature,
so
everything
was created already, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll spot where Adam at in the garden. God made every creature, every animal, everything appear out the ground right there before him. And out of the ground, the Lord had God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam. When they came up, he said, yo, come on, go to Adam. And he brought them to Adam and to see what he would call them. To see what Adam gonna put, how you gonna name them. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He said,
verse 20.
Verse 20, no, 19. To see what he would call them, and said, whatsoever Adam called every living creature, God approved him. Adam named the creatures. Adam named the bull. Adam named the skunk. Adam named the birds. That's the eagle. That's the hawk. That's this. That's that. That's dog. That's fish. That's Caleb. Dog. Catul. Cat. That's what Adam did. He identified, okay, and he gave them names. Lions, tigers, cheetahs, all of that. He said Adam gave names to all cattle and to the fowl of the air, to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him. Time sheet 21.
The Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed it up, the flesh instead of.
That sounds like an operation, surgery. What they do before you have to about to get surgery? Are you awake? Nah, they put you to sleep. You see that? They got their methods and their things from God. All the doctors and all that. What they know and what they do, they got from God.
Right.
The little bit they know. The procedure to an operation is to put somebody in a deep sleep. So what they anesthesia. Now he out. Can't feel nothing. Can't move. He can stay still, and the doctor could cut, slice, and do what he got to do. He said, and he slept, right? Mm-hmm. And he took one of his ribs. God opened his body up and took out one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead. And closed it back up. He didn't even have stitches. You wouldn't even see what it was. Mm-hmm. God don't need you. He just tell the body to open up right there, rib, you come out. He take the rib, and what he did with the rib. He said, the rib was the Lord God taken from man, he a woman, and brought her unto the man. Leave that alone. Mm-hmm. You don't know how it was done. You took the rib, and from that rib, the woman was made. Plain and simple. We're going to leave it there. We don't know how it was done. And then Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh, and she shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. Adam named his wife. He named Eve. He's the mother of all. He said, because she was taken out of man. We'll call her woman, because she came from me. Time sheet 24. He said, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife. They shall be one flesh. That's how it goes. That's the part. And then you get married now. And you have that's how the pattern goes. They shall be one flesh. They're gonna agree on one thing. They're gonna see eye to eye. They're gonna always be on the same page. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. They weren't ashamed because they didn't know it was naked. You see? They didn't know that. They wasn't aware. You know what it is to be aware? Now you know. You're not ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
You're not ignorant. Well, I didn't know that this here. Okay. Now you know, meaning you are aware of this stuff. They didn't know that they was naked. It wasn't, okay. The awareness that you have when you're naked, they didn't have that.
It's like babies or toddlers.
It's just like the cat. The cat don't wear clothes. You see people putting clothes on cats and dogs, right? Most of them, they be trying to get out of it. You see the cat walking, she buy little boots and put it on the cat. They're already designed to walk in the snow. It's not bothering them. If it's too hot or too cold for their paws, they don't come out. Sometimes you look, you don't see no cats in right or wrong. Sometimes you look, you don't see no birds. The condition, the weather, they stay in.
Yeah.
The birds know when danger about to go down. The birds is like the alert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They let you know when it's dawn. They let you know when it's dusk. They let you know when danger coming. In the jungle, they let the prey, the victim. When the victim see a bunch of birds, they say, well, there's a lion over there. There's something coming over here to eat us. They're right.
Some agents do. Like, yo, birds fly somewhere in that area or something over
Yeah.
there.
Birds are the first ones to see it, because why? They upside, they up
Go
top.
top. Quick, fast.
They see everything.
Everything.
That's why the watchtower is put on high, so you can see. He said, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, hath God said, you shall not eat of every tree of the garden? He said, the serpent, the snake, was more crafty.
Subtle.
More subtle, meaning he know how to get past your defenses.
Mm-hmm.
He know how to change your mind.
You.
He can outsmart you.
Mm-hmm.
What she say? The serpent beguiled me. He tricked me.
Mm-hmm.
He used his subtlety and craftiness, but she didn't realize she was tricked. To what? To after.
Yeah.
Because if she was on point, she would say, look, man, nah, you can't run no game on me. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't run that. I already know all the game that you guys be talking about. Nah. Oh, baby, you look so pretty today. Listening to that. She knows game.
Nah.
She know he's coming with a purpose. Everybody's pretty to him. He's coming with a purpose. You see it in the street every day. Been walking around in our business. She gets harassed every day. The same guy. Every day. So she's aware. She ain't listening to nothing this guy said. Hey, you got the time? Hey, mom, you got the time? She's walking. Because that's the opening. That's the opening.
Which respond is over.
Because she's gonna stop. She said, oh, the time is such and such and such and such. He goes, hey, what's your name? He gonna press. He gonna press, because that's what men do. We press them.
Yeah, man.
Yo, man, who that over there?
I'm real.
She got a man?
Oh,
And right away, boom. Yeah. So If she knew the game, wouldn't have been able to get to her. But it was already too late. She didn't know. So just after she ate, then she realized this guy tricked me.
That's how she knew about God.
She told God, she said, I didn't know he tricked me, man. Got to me. He knew how to get through her defenses.
This nigga smart.
Time sheet.
And the rib which the Lord God had taken.
3. Chapter 3.
And the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, yeah, had God said.
Wait a minute, man. Which the Lord God made. The serpent, the snake, is more craftier than any other beast.
Yep.
Now you see why he's so dangerous.
You
can hear when a dog coming. You can. The dog gonna bark. But you ain't gonna hear that snake unless he rattling. And if he rattling, that means he about to bite you.
He had them legs still.
If he had those legs, boy, it's more dangerous with the legs. God said, "Now I'm gonna make you slide and slip." He said to the woman, "Yea, God said." He went right up. He said, "Yo, did God say this?" You know how many times people say, "Yo, did such and such say that?" I said, "Yeah, you know damn well they said it. Why are you asking me? You want to hear something different? Don't ask me nothing. You was there when you heard the order. You know very well. Why are you asking me, man? Don't ask me. You heard the order just like me." Like the dude told Joab. Joab said, "Yo." He said, "Yo, man, Absalom is caught up in a tree. And he's stuck. His dreads, his hair is stuck in a tree. He can't move." He said, "And you didn't slay him? You didn't put the sword through him?" He said, "I'd have gave you a whole house of silver." But the captain said to him, he said, "Man, no," he said, "I'd have gave you silver and raiment. Different change of raiment." He said, "Look, man, if you gave me a whole house full of silver, you was there, you heard the command from the king that not to touch the lad." And you know what Joab said? He said, "What have I to do with you? I'm wasting my time talking to you. I'm out of here." He left, went and got his boys and killed Absalom. But like he said, he was there, you heard the order. The serpent know what's going on. And he wanted to jam it up, man. His job was to mess it up. His job was to corrupt man. Okay? He said, "And the woman said unto the serpent," he said, "We may eat of the fruit." It's fruit. They didn't signify what fruit it was, what right or wrong.
Right.
It just say fruit. Today people say the apple, the Adam's apple. That's what people say. You don't know what fruit came off that tree. You don't even know if that fruit still exists today. Because remember, God removed him from out that garden. Okay? He said, "But of the fruit of the tree, which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die." But there are a lot of things you're not supposed to touch. A lot of things you're not supposed to eat. You know, I had certain moving jobs. I used to have a moving job. I had a truck and everything. They give us the address. We go there and we get this, putting stuff in boxes and moving it out. And I had a rule. It was 4 of us. And I had a rule. I said, "Look, I will get the furniture, chairs, the beds, stuff." I said, "Paintings, pictures, statues, figurines, toys, y'all handle that. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it because those are what is in the book. It said those are gods. Those are images and those are gods and God hate them." So I was aware that I touched. We don't go to the grave site and visit your day. Okay? They put their hand on the tombstone. We're not even supposed to have a tombstone. That's my Sabbath. Masks and all that stuff. We ain't supposed to be messing with none of that. We're not supposed to have it, touch it, and the eating that comes from the offerings that go with this stuff. He said, and the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die. Now, from right then and there, I'm running away from you. Because I don't want to hear God. God told me, I'm going to. He said, what?
For God doesn't know that.
Hold on, I'm going back. Every tree of God thou mayest freely eat. But if the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely, you're going to die.
And it happened.
Okay?
Who was supposed to die before that?
Okay? So it sounds like in the day that you eat it, like as soon as you eat it, that day you're going to die. Yeah. No, man, you don't understand. See? So it's just supposed to. Certain things is hard to explain to a naive person, right? A person that don't know God, you got to be careful how you explain this thing to them, because you scare them off. Certain phrases I don't say. I'm not going to use. Okay? I'm not going to use it because somebody is going to say, see, it's going along with what Jake said. It's going along with what's in the New Testament. You got to stick to what it says here. Certain terms that the heathen use, we don't use. We never called the Old Testament scriptures. Think about that. We never called it scriptures. You know where that term come from? You know the first people to use that word? Catholics. Remember, we in 2022. A lot of this stuff was going on today was established by man centuries ago. And every 50 years, it's modernized. And even Judaism. It's modernized. Be on TV, the BCAT channel and all that. You will sit down and watch it. Kosher pork. Okay? They're going to make it official. They're going to make pork official. Kosher pork. Okay? Watch. They're going to do it. And every 50 years, they revamp Judaism.
That's all them virgins.
Okay.
James version, this version, that version.
At that meeting, one of them said it. He said, hey, man, you know that we're all remixed Jews. Remix means what? Not the original. Not the original. Yeah. You've been remixed into something else. You got mixed. So they took other things and mixed it. I'm going to give you an example. Festival of Lights. Where do you think you get it from?
Here? Xmas?
Catholics, Jewish, and Muslim. There was a certain time in history that the councils and the heads got together. And the days and the holidays that people observe, okay, between those three religions are linked with the Festival of Lights. Don't you see they all three have a Christmas, all three of them, that come up at the same time, same season, okay? Same season, and it's about lights, okay? That goes into the Illuminati. That goes into other things, all right? When the ball drops on New Year's Eve, everybody know it. Isn't it lit up? Doesn't it have thousands of lights on it? You know what all that light stuff resemble? The lights in the windows. People find lights all over the place. The tree got lights all on it. Everything lit up. You know where that comes from? Honor of the sun god. Straight up honor of the sun god. And the planet Saturn is called Saturnalia. Festival of Lights. All parades, all festivities, all holidays of the heathen come from Saturnalia. That thing, you will have, you want to know, it's a lot. because it covers all paganism. All right? You look it up, you go and Google it, look it up and read. And you will see an origin of where a lot of stuff that God told them not to do is still active today. And it's just in different forms. Everything God told these people not to do, right? The gods that he told them to stay away from, still around today. The people of today still keeping these things going. He didn't know that. But he don't understand that when he ate of that fruit, at that moment, death was instituted. Now you're subject to sin and death. So literally you die this day. This day that man fell and death was instituted. So he ain't gonna understand all that. So just tell him, man, keep it. That's what, and I do this a lot to people. I see somebody trying to say or break something down, but that person is too aggravated. A lot of times people too frustrated and aggravated to hear any good word. You understand what I'm saying? And it blocks them from hearing what's going on. So instead of always explaining, yo, man, just don't eat this over here, because if you eat it, you're going to die. Don't eat it. Plain and simple commands. Nothing you got to deal with your head about. But this guy came and put doubt in her mind by telling her, revealing more. But the part that we revealed to her is what kicked up her desire. He knew what to tell her. He knew what to tell her. He knew what to tell her to make her look at it different. He said, but God doth know that, verse 5, in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. You will be aware of what is wicked and what is righteous. That's all. You ain't walking around. You ain't going to be able to fly. You ain't going to glow. No beams going to come out your hand. Nothing special going to happen. You just know now what is good and what is evil. Now you are like gods. You are like God and Elohim, angels. You're like them now. But you made a flesh, so you celebrate it. That's why God gave them the laws. He said, don't do this because it's sin. It exists. It exists. So this is the counsel. And he said, ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. You're going to be as gods, knowing good and evil. You're going to be like us. That's what kicked the desire in. That's what kicked it in. He added on to it. Made a crave for it. He said, and when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, now the reason why I said good for food, because she didn't look at it that way before. That was taboo. It was prohibition. He said, and that it was pleasant to the eyes. See? Now it looks good. Okay? She took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. She ate it. Her eyes were open. She said, oh, wow. I got to put my husband onto this. And gave it to him, and he ate it. And his eyes was open. Now they see things different.
A lot didn't see each other, first of all.
Now it's a different, and then they start looking, oh, wow, you naked. And he said, man, you naked too. We both naked. We got to find something to cover up now. Mm-hmm. That was the effect of eating of the tree. And the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. You know what aprons were maids wear. Okay? Still see cleavage, and it comes like down to here.
Top of the torso.
Right? Still, that wasn't enough for God. Okay? He said they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the cool of the day. They heard God's voice. They heard him walking. Mm-hmm. Like they always did. That wasn't the first time.
I scared this one.
This you gotta understand. You got two human beings, man and woman, his wife. The man is taking care of the garden, and God walks through there, and that's it. There's no armies, there's nobody fighting each other. There's no. That's it. There's no. This world. It wasn't none of that. It was Adam and Eve chilling.
Peace, tranquility.
Chilling. The only responsibility they had, he got responsibility to till the ground and take care of everything. Dress it. That's what you dress it like a botany, like a botanist. Landscaper. All of that you gotta deal with. You know what I'm saying? You take care of that. And Eve is just help me. She's right there with him. They're the only two on the planet. All the animals is in their habitat.
They ain't fighting nobody. They ain't killing each other. They ain't killing them.
Nothing happening. There's no earthquakes, no tornadoes. It ain't even rain yet. You see this? Quiet, calm, peaceful. That was paradise. That was paradise. A place of peace and tranquility. All he had to do was take care of it. And every now and then, God would come down and walk through the garden. So that happened every day. That's how they knew the voice. They said, heard God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. It was a certain part of the day it get cool. That means it's a hot climate. You need a hot climate for that garden. Okay? And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God, from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. So they ran amongst the trees to hide their bodies from God. They didn't want God to see that they were naked. Because now they're aware that they're naked, and it's not a good thing to walk around naked. And then God is pulling up. I haven't seen you like this. And the Lord God called to Adam and said, now look, God knows where he at. He knows where he at. But look, God is so just. He don't jump the gun on them. He don't jump the gun.
Touch your heart first, man.
You don't say, well, you know what? Forget all this. We're going to get straight to here. You don't do that like us. We don't have no patience. We don't have no patience for nothing. Patience with each other, that's out the door. We got to have patience with each other and considerate with each other. And then, hey, if I see you having consideration and patience with me, I got to realize that and have the same thing with you. That's right or wrong.
That's a fact.
That's the only way we could come to some common ground. We could come to some agreements. Because if nobody did, if I'm my chest forward, your chest forward, nobody backing down, then we're off the subject what got us here. We're off the subject what got us here. We went somewhere else. And it's going to cause trouble, more sorrow, more grief. Because we don't listen to each other, man. We got to start listening to each other. He said, man, I heard that voice in the garden, and I was afraid. I got scared because I was naked, so I hid myself. That's why you didn't see me. I was hiding. He said, man, who told you that you was naked? Who told you that? You know why he asked him that? Somebody had to tell you this.
Yeah.
Look. Ain't nobody gonna come tell you that. The only way you gonna know, did you eat of that tree that I told you not to eat of? That's the only way you gonna know. You know, that's a reaction. Yo, man, who told you that? Where you get that from? Look, you go in my drawer and take the letters out and open my letter and read it. That's how that went. Whoa, wait a minute. Where you get it from, about you? You ain't supposed to know this. God don't tell you everything. He tell you what you need to know. That's it. The parents, they don't tell you everything. They tell you what you need to do. What you need to know. Follow the command. Follow the command. Because it's not all the time. If I tell you all of this, it may discourage you. You're gonna say, well, look, I don't understand why I gotta do it. Because see, right? That's people today. So I don't explain too much to nobody, nothing. Either you do or you don't do. You want to do it, fine. Your choice, fine. That's it. Keep everything simple and plain now. Verse 11. Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? You go eat of the tree that I told you not to eat. My man told his son, he said, look, man, the car does not have no papers on it. But I need you every day to get up and go outside and alternate parking. Switch it from side to side so we don't get a ticket. In a little while, get the papers right, you can drive the van all you want. The young man didn't listen. He took the car and went to go get supplies for himself. The police pulled him over. He had things in the van that get you locked up. Why that happened? Because he was told, don't go nowhere. Just park the car from across the street to across the street. Right? He didn't obey the command. That's our problem. We don't do that with God. We do that with each other. We do that with our parents. We do that with everybody. We're just naturally stubborn. And that's why this has to be instilled. We don't listen to ourselves. Yourself will tell you, inside of you, the good in you will say, no, don't say that. No, don't do that. No, you're not supposed to. And you disregard it and still do it, still say it. You got inside good and somebody outside that have good in them to tell you, we don't listen. We don't want to listen. It's like we got to die. It's like I got a death wish. Like I'm supposed to go on this road. You don't even listen to the good in you because that's your conscience. And you fight it. Come on, man. This is why this is happening. And this, you got to understand. If you can understand what's going on here, you can understand what's going on in you. You got good and evil in you. Now, the only thing that's going to curb it is this determination and the desire to not want to be that way. That's how you got to start thinking first. You know what? Now I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that way. At least you believe that this is wicked. At least you believe that this is wicked. Believe ain't that Abraham, but at least you believe, because Abraham's belief was so great. His belief wasn't just I know who God's destined. I know who God. That's kindergarten. Everything that God told him, and what was going to happen in the future, and this, everything. It was everything. Oh, everything. Like Joshua and Caleb. Our belief is scarce. We believe, our belief is strong. We know it's only one God, but do you believe what will happen if we don't serve this one God? Mm-hmm. This one God tells us certain things. Say, yo, man, if you don't stop or you start doing this, I'm going to do you hurt. I'm going to consume you. You're going to be destroyed. I'm going to kick you out the land. I'm going to allow the heat to come. I'm not going to make it rain. The ground ain't going to grow. Plague is famine, pestilence, and sword going to chase after you. I'll scatter you out into the world. Mm. This stops you from getting into that. So the little bit of belief is not being fed. You got to believe, because the belief, my belief is fear. Fear. When God met, when Abraham met God, the first thing he did was drop. He was afraid. Whoa, this is the eternal one. This is the one. Not that stuff. I was afraid of this. I was afraid of that. I was afraid of the statue. I was afraid of this. Now the fear is cut. It's going here now. Because I'm the one that's real. That's what Abraham did. Everything God said, he's all right. I believe. God is saying that. God look at this guy and said, man, that's righteousness. That's the path of righteousness. Once you believe this, I believe that if I do this, God gonna let this happen to me, or God gonna do this to me. That's fear. It's not all I believe it's one God and it's the true living God. No, that's not the belief. The believing what's going to happen if I commit sin. That's what we call fear. And God respect those that fear him. God look unto those that fear him, that are afraid. We said that was terrorized by God. This guy, well, man, look, man, he's terrorized by God. He ain't going to do nothing against these commandments. That's how we got to be. He said, look unto Abraham, the rock from which he was hewn. And all the characteristics of Abraham, you have to adapt. Right or wrong? Right. If he was this way, and I'm not that way that Abraham is, I have to get that way before I die. That's why God said, look and be the example. He's the example. Look, I don't want to hear, he did this. The head said, look to this guy, look to him. That's it. That's it. It doesn't matter what now. All this criteria and criticism. But the people who are not the ones who run it. That's what they was doing with Moses. They was critiquing Moses and criticizing Moses. Moses said, man, all I'm doing, but God, look, God put me in this position to teach you and lead you out of Egypt. This thing is bigger than y'all. It's bigger than y'all. Y'all gonna be dead the next 40 years. And when your children grow up in there, they gonna forget God too. And y'all ain't gonna last long in the land. That's what Moses told them. And y'all ain't seeing that. Oh, you know, water is you getting thirsty right now. Where's your heart at with God now? I want to see the same fervor you had over there in Egypt over here. Because this is the real deal. You never got put to the test with those gods in Egypt because they're not alive. They can't test you. And it's all a game. Religion is a game to keep people subjugated. You ain't got to put collars on them no more. You ain't got to beat them. Put them in jail when they violate the penalties of the land now. They modernized slavery. Yeah. Oh, you think you free? You ain't free. We're not free. You're not free. I can't even say what I really want to say live on this thing right now. I can't say the truth. Okay? So you gotta watch it. The Zechariah, the prophet of the Lord, he came up to him, he said, thus saith the Lord. Bah, 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 bah. You know what they did to him? They killed him. And God, he said, yo, God said to tell you this, right? That's why sometimes people don't want to be the messenger. No, you tell them. I don't have nothing to do with this. You, a lot of times, the messenger get burned. He didn't do nothing for you. He don't know. He said, deliver this. He don't know. Oh, he didn't know he's delivering the death sentence. The order for him to die. Because the messenger is trustworthy. The messenger ain't going to add or take away from the message. Well, still, that's something. Go somewhere else and sell the message. You see what I'm saying? At the scapegoat. A fit man, meaning a man, he ain't got to be no priest or no king, you know, no man. This guy, certain things he going to do, certain things he got to do. This guy is not going to take that scapegoat and take it home and eat it.
Scapegoat is crazy.
He's a good goat, man. Forget all that, man. I'm taking this dude home. Or I could get 200 shekels for this goat. Nobody Everybody got to know that this is a scapegoat. So you're not a fit man. That man is not fit for the job.
Not fit physically.
Not physically fit. He is not able to do this job.
The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree.
So now, because they call this passing the buck. They call it passing the buck. Okay? Hot potato. He said, who told you? You eat of the tree? He said, the woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree and I did eat. He didn't just, look, he didn't say, yes, God, I ate the tree. He said, look, man, the woman that you gave me, she came with that. And I ate it. Then I ate it. So now what God says, okay, hold on. Because you ain't out the clear yet. You still not out the clear. All right? We're going to read why Adam got out the clear. Right? You, what's up? He said, what? He said, what hast thou done? What is this that thou hast done? He told the woman, man, what is this you did? What you know what you started? She said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. You see how they talk? Mm-hmm. They said what happened and the reason why, and at the end they said, I did eat though. Regardless of what, I ate of it. That's the bottom line. No matter how it went down, you wasn't supposed to eat of it. Mm-hmm. You were supposed to be on guard, so aware of yourself, be circumspect yourself. Watch yourself. She said, and I did eat. Beguile means to trick, to deceive. Okay? And that's what he did. He deceived her. He deceived her. He knew what to say. He knows what to say to everybody to get in your head. You gotta watch the thoughts that's in your head. They're not yours. It's this. What's it be at? The door, what? Not at that. When I can be up in here. My heart and my mind, and how I feel about what I think. 14.
And Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and thus shalt thou eat all the days of thy life.
He said, yo, okay, well, ain't no, you can't pass, ain't nobody for you to pass the box. The interrogation. He said, oh, questions, boom, boom, lead to this guy. The investigation leads to this guy. After this guy, there ain't no more investigation because it started with this man. If he would have never did what he did to this woman here, she would have never been able to take it to Adam. And so on and so forth, the world wouldn't have been engulfed in sin and death and wickedness and the knowledge of good and evil and all that. So it started with you. He said, because thou hast done this, he said, yo, man, you did something, certain things you can do that is irreversible. Okay? Unless you show a contrite heart to it. Yeah, because you can be a certain way and then bethink yourself right or wrong and say, you know what? Yo, man. And you fix that situation. That's how we're supposed to be. That's how God wants us to be. Because if we're not like that, we can't be like that with him. We can't fix nothing. We can't improve. We can't be. You understand what I'm saying? It's a practice. He said, because you have done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, above every beast in the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity, hatred, opposition, okay, between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. If you did this, you the worst, you are cursed. God didn't take away any other animals' members. He didn't take away those horns. He took away his legs. He was the beast. He was in a category of a beast. When he took the legs down, all he got is that long body. God made him that way so he can have enmity. He had to be upset to hate. Hate and being upset go together. Okay? So as soon as I see man, as soon as I see a woman, the children of this woman Eve, okay, I'm going to go and bite them. As soon as the children of Eve see one of them, it's like, it's a snake, get it, get it. It's like you see a water bug in here. The water bug don't even bite. It don't bite. It ain't going to give you no venom. It can't wrap around you. It can't do you no harm, right or wrong. You can't do you no harm. You see it. So imagine if a was in there. Yeah, I got the house. It said, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Meaning, when he come to bite you, being he's low, he's slither on the ground. When he bite, he gonna get you low. Usually get it low down there because they be on the ground. And we stand up, right? Then you have some snakes that be in the trees. Okay? He said, but the first place is where? Yeah, they don't know where else. What God told Moses when the rod turned into a serpent, he said, grab it by the tail. And once you grab it by the tail, it's going to turn back into a rod. Now, I have held snakes by the tail. Snakes. Yeah. Some snakes, you got some of them poisonous, some of them are very aggressive, some of them are very big. I had big anaconda around. Big, yo, that thing is strong. It feels like a horse leg.
It's like a muscle.
Okay? Yeah, it's a muscle. And that's why boa constrictor. It can constrict. This thing was huge. That wasn't a little garden snake that was talking to Eve. It had legs. And when you look on snakes, it got a little thing on the side right here, little nubs. Real small little nubs. And then we moving. It moved involuntarily. God snatched it. That's evidence that this is how it happened. God snatched them. You gonna roll around your belly now. And look, he gonna be tight behind that. And he said, man, I got a problem, man. I tried to get him killed. I interrupted him. I helped him. I to sin. I got him to sin, bring death in. Right? I ain't get to do nothing else now. Then I got to slither around here. So guess what? Anytime I see any one of them, I'm biting them. And that's why the snakes bite. That's why you can have a snake as a pet and it still bites you. That's why you have a scorpion as a pet, it still bites you. That's why. God put the enmity, right? And look, it seems like certain other animals have it too. Certain insects have it too. The snake is the main one. He ain't the only one that bites you and got venom. So you know what was good to before this, man? That wasn't happening. Lions wasn't hunting other animals and eating them until this went down. Tom sheet.
The woman said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and you're
going to conceive. When you get pregnant, your sorrows will be multiplied. Okay? And in sorrow shall thou bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy sorrow. Sometimes the woman die. Right or wrong? Right? Bring sorrow. Sometimes the woman and the child dies. Yeah. Sometimes she lives and die. You know what that is for a woman? You know what that is? I know a lot of females that are mentally behind that. Yeah. And they can't have children. They were pregnant and something went wrong and they lost the kids. They had the kids. One died, one stayed alive. This one here, both kids dead. And that psychologically messes with women. Women want to have it. Women don't care. That's what they were made. That's God made them. She said, man, give me a seed, give me a son. Give me his son before I died, man. He said, man, what am I, God? I'm not God. I'm not the one that shut your womb up. That's what Jacob told Raquel. She demanded a seed from him. He said, I can't do nothing about that. God, I work. My things work. You know what I'm saying? I'm not impotent.
Mm-hmm.
But God shut your womb up. God does that to where the sperm go up through the tube, but there's no egg there to fertilize. What produces the egg is not producing it. God shut the womb up. Sarah, he shut Sarah's womb up. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Sarah's womb was shut. Raquel's womb was shut.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca. And they were wives of godly men.
Mm-hmm.
So God turned it around. And they are able, how else is the promise going to go down? God had kids. That's why Abraham said, I don't have no kids yet. He said, all I got is this Eliezer of Damascus. He's an honorary son of mine. You got people who will take a boy as his own.
Mm-hmm.
You got orphans. People don't have no parents. And this guy said, nah, man, that guy's like my father, man. From here. That's my father.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me, look, the kids that I have that came from me are not the only kids that belong to me that I claim. They're not the only ones that call me Abba. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
When I got here, this, wow, man, look at this, a baby. This is a kid. I'm with the woman, I'm taking care of her, I'm taking care of this kid. I'm not supposed to treat the child like mine? We're not supposed to be father and son? The union is there, we're married. So, man, you can't do that. He said, well, look, I got kids with her. They got mine. Men didn't do that. You know who did that? The family did it. Yo, you gotta go because you come from look at this. Same father, they just had different mothers, and they still threw them away. They said, man, we got the same father. They didn't care about that. But when they needed help, God made things happen that way.
Okay.
When they need help, when the only person that can, look, ain't nobody else around now. Okay, they had to go back to him. And he said, what? Man, you know, said a whole bunch of stuff about me. I got the treatment, this, that. And you know what he did though? He still went and helped him. Because he don't have that type of hearts. Have a heart. Have a heart. I'm not going to do you how you do me, man. Even if I'm mad at you. Man, nah, I can't do that. I'm mad at him right now. Right now, I don't even want to speak right now. You get like that. For a time. So let me get over it. I'm going to give you some time. Sometimes we both have to get over it. Wow. We are some amazing people today. I don't even care about myself. Yeah, if I don't do these commandments, I don't care about myself. I don't care about whoever I say I love. I don't care about them. I don't care about my kids. Oh, forget everything else. If I don't do these commandments, I don't care about my children. If I don't do these commandments, I'm not going to go crazy when they don't want to do these commandments. Because I'm not doing it. And I'm not showing an example. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm already cursed my children. So I don't love them. I say I love them. We say we love them. We don't. When it's time to show action, that's when you're going to see. Sometimes you got to do this. You back up from every situation. Just sit, watch,
Observe.
and see how behaviors change. See who say what, this, that, and the third. Then you'll be able to come back in now. Because, everything went crazy for a minute. I got to step out for a minute. Can't get hold to none of this. Yeah. So we gotta all be mindful of what I say. I gotta be mindful of what I say, to who I say it, how it's done. Because you can set fires off that don't need to be set off. Ready to fire burning. We gotta be easy, man. That's why these laws are here. Tongue sheet.
And unto Adam he said, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, he shall rule over.
This is what's going to nip everything in the bud now. Your desire, everything you lust and crave, going to be towards your husband. It's going to be towards your husband. Okay? It's two parts now.
Mm-hmm.
He said your desire should be towards your husband and let him rule. Yeah, because a woman's desire could be towards you, but she won't let you rule her.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong? Right? When you coming home? When you spend time with her? But then, when it's time to rule, she don't want to listen to that. That's the woman today.
Mm-hmm.
That's why God said, look, man, whatever you desire is what your man desires. Okay? Doesn't mean you desire him. You're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
That's your husband. That's your wife.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to desire each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right? First time y'all met, y'all desired each other. What it is desire what your husband desire. Now y'all get it?
Mm-hmm.
And then let him rule you. Let him call the shots. Let him have the last word. Let him have the last word. When you don't want to give the authority over you the last word, it means you don't want to hear what they talk about. It means you disagree. And it means you're going to do what you want to do. That's why God said from here on in, you know why? He said your desire shall be to your husband, because it wasn't her desire, was from the words that somebody else put in her. And she looked at it and desired it. You see? So God said, now your desire is going to be with your man. You can't desire nothing on your own. Nobody else is going to be able to come and have you want anything else except your husband. And now that your desire is towards your husband, you will be able to allow him to rule over you. See how it goes? You see how it goes? That's how it's a pattern how this thing goes. For me to be able to listen to my husband and just get and he ruled over me, my desire gotta be what he desired. Because if I desire other things, when he come and he tell me certain things, I'm not gonna go for it. That's why a lot of stuff don't work. That's why.
And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife.
That's where he messed up at. That's where he messed up at. Because if he didn't listen to her, he wouldn't have ate of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Right or wrong? Right. So he said, because you listen to your wives, and then listen to her by and then eating in the tree, he said, what's that?
And has eaten of the tree, of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground, I say, and sorrow shall I eat of it all the days of thy life.
In sorrow shall I eat of it all the days of our life. Mm-hmm. No more paradise now. Now you got to work it. You got to work it. And all the crops don't come back 100%. Okay? It's a discouragement. He said the ground is cursed The ground get dry. Don't receive rain, water, nothing. You can't put nothing in there. The ground is cursed. The ground is cursed. Thorns and thistles start to come up now. Roses at one time didn't have thorns. It was smooth. The stem was smooth.
Right.
Now they have thorns. The prettiest flowers and plants in this planet has thorns and thistles. One brother I know, I don't know how it happened, but a thorn got in his finger. He had to go to the hospital to get that out. They had to hurry up and get it out. His finger started pumping up. Yeah, get it out. Touch you.
Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it was thou taken, as dust thou art, and dust shalt thou
So
return.
you, man, you're gonna have to work. You're gonna have to sweat. You're gonna have to put in work. Nothing's gonna come out the ground easy for you now. Everything was just coming up, and all he had to do was eat. It wasn't nothing. It was coming out the ground. God already caused it. He caused every tree to come out of the ground, and then he placed 2 trees there. So everything was, you pick an apple from there, you cut out later another apple go there. It was regenerated. And you had to water it. God caused it to do. The dew to come up. That was the water. They call it condensation. Yeah, water. That's what it really is. Anybody ever took a blade of grass to see why it's wet? It's water. Right. That's what it's called dew, but it just didn't come down and rain. Some shit.
And Adam called his wife named Eve.
Now he said, "In the sweat of thy face, thou eat bread." You're getting nothing free. In the sweat of your face, you're gonna have to sweat to get food. You're gonna have to sweat today. You gotta sweat to make the money to buy food. Back then, you're gonna sweat, put seeds down, breaking up the earth and planting and plowing, and watering, and this. That ain't no joke. He said you're gonna have until the day that you die, because out of it was thou taken. But dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. This wasn't, God had never told him he was going to return to the dust. When he breathed the breath of life into him, he was living forever.
That's right.
But this changed everything. Now you're going back to the dust. You're going back from the dust from whence you came. Tomshi.
And Adam called his wife named Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also, and to his wife, did the Lord God make coats of skins. And clothed them.
Okay? He took the skins of the animal and made coats. This is a coat. This is a robe. But what make this a coat is the material is thicker. Like an animal skin, like what's the shaggy? No. Wool. They had robes made of wool. That's what the coat was. Anytime you read coat, that coat was made out of wool. Not silk like this one. It's too thin. Right? If it's cold outside, I can't go outside in this silk robe. But if I had a wool robe, I can go outside. Because that's what most wool coats, shermans are made out of, lamb skin. Right? And that's what he put on it.
22. And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us.
He's like us.
To know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth.
Now here, God was talking to the angels. He was talking to the Elohim here. Because he said, us. Right or wrong? Right. The only one ain't too much God the same as God. But in the realm, in the heavens, right, the angels are gods also. Because they knew good and evil. That's why he said, once they partake of it, they shall be as gods. He didn't say God. He said gods. Because Satan know good and evil. God made good and evil. He know good and evil. The angels know it. So he said, you guys is like them now. You ain't innocent no more. Come shit. He said, so now that he has become as one of us, he knows good and evil. He has the potential to be right. He has the potential to be evil now. Right? He's not innocent no more. He's not naive no more. He's not green. Come shit.
To till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out of the man.
Hold on, I said, I'm in the middle of 22. And now, lest he put forth his hand. What that mean? Put forth his hand to touch. Same thing Eve said earlier, right?
Right.
God said, lest he put forth his hand, he took his hand and stretched his hand out to touch and grab, right?
Right. He said, and
thank you. That's my point right there. Now, that's it right there. God just said it. He said, unless he could stretch his hand forth, right? And take also means this too of the tree of life and eat and live forever. He said, look, man, you already ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You only eat that one time.
Mm-hmm.
That is a one-time, one-shot deal.
Mm-hmm.
You eat of that, boom, you know good and evil now. You ain't got to keep going back to no more. This tree over here is the tree of life. It sustains life. It turns you immortal. He said, unless these guys, they know good and evil, he said, I can't make them go over there and eat that tree. Now they're going to live forever. Flesh, being wicked, living forever.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like Balaam, tyrants, enemies of God. They would live forever. Nah. I said, well, look, man, we can't do it now because he's going to live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden. He got kicked out, he got banished. He never went back. He never went back into that place. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once God kicked him out, that was it. Because, and this is already 8 of the tree I told him not to eat. He gonna keep eating this because they is allowed to eat the tree of life. The tree of life, you eat all of that. The only tree you can't eat of is that. Tom sheep.
So he drove out the man, and so he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and the flaming sword was turned every way to keep the way of the tree.
He drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That was where the entrance at. The eastern part of the Garden of Eden, he put cherubims. These are the top orders of angels.
Right.
Okay. Oh, you know how long people been saying you put 2 cherubims there. But don't say that. People used to say that. Is to put 2 cherubims there and there's 2 flaming swords. But they said cherubims. There's a host of them there. There's a host of them there and a flaming sword, which turned every way. A sword, nobody holding that sword. That sword move on its own.
That's right.
And it's made of fire.
Right.
Okay? And it turns every way to keep the way of the tree of life. You know what it means? It turns every way to keep the way of the tree of life? It surrounds it. That flaming sword surrounds it. Surrounds it. It stays there. So if you just, ain't no way this is happening. But if someone was to get past the cherubims, then now you're going to meet the flaming sword.
Mm-hmm.
But people used to read this and you say, yeah, well, you get to the gates there, there's 2 cherubims and a sword there. No, it don't say that. Did we miss details? We put details and take them away. That flaming sword surrounding the tree, man. Nobody gets near that tree, the tree of life. Nobody. You already ate that, so we ain't got to guard it no more. Okay, tell me.
And Adam knew Eve, his wife.
He knew her. Knew is a term to cohabitate, to have sex with. Okay? In the ancient world, you say you want to know someone, that means you want to get in bed with them. This term is also used in Sodom and Gomorrah. A lot. It said, bring the men that came here on yesterday that we may know them. It's not get to know them or get acquainted. It's a different type of getting acquainted. They want to do some abominations to the man. They want to do the man like they would do a woman. And it wasn't just one man. It's the whole city, young and old. What kind of people is that, man? Mm-hmm. He said, man, you can't come in my family, you come in my house and do this, man. Whoever I am in my house is under my protection. You can't come in my room and do stuff you want to do. It's against God's command. He said, man, I got daughters, virgins. That's better than what you're going to do. Oh, that's not right. He give his daughter. I say, yo, listen, man, in that world, you would sell your daughter. God had to tell the people, had to tell the Israelites, don't sell your daughter. If you're poor, you can't sell her.
Because that was the mindset.
That was the mindset of the world. Everybody did that. Everybody burned their children in the fire. That's why God said, you don't do it. Because everybody else does it. It was a common thing. That's what God told him, right? He said, because the heathen, the people about you, they burned their children in the fire to Momo. So you don't do it. Top shit.
And she conceived and bare Cain and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord.
I have gotten a man from the Lord. No woman will say that today unless she served God and have a godly mindset. She would say, God gave me this child. You know what she said? I gave you this son. I bore these children for you. She ain't gonna say that. She's gonna say, the Lord gave me this child for you. I'm just a vessel being used. That's how they thought. So she said, I've gotten a man from the Lord. It's the first person to be born of a woman. First pregnancy. That's why she said that. God put a man in God. God formed a man in me. He gave me this, don't she? Hold on. That's why it was so. It wasn't a thing. It wasn't a thing for the woman to give her child up. They said, well, girl, you give me a son, I will give him back. I'll dedicate him to you to the service. And that was Samuel.
That's right.
She only saw him once a year. Oh, when he became a grown man. Family sees God's men. God didn't happen. When Elisha said goodbye to his father and mother to be with the prophet, you know that, right?
That's right.
And they didn't have a problem with that. Because guess what? My son is with the prophet. No, go ahead, son, let him go. No, but we will not see him again. Look, man, he don't belong to us. Belong to God. God gave him to us. We taught him correctly, and now he's with the prophet. He good. Our job is done. You gotta let that go. There's a time you gotta let that go. Oh, that's the only way you're gonna see where they at. That's the pigeons. And let the pigeons go. The one that return, that's part of the plans. Not all pigeons return. Homing pigeons. That's how you get the coop. Not all of them come back. But the group that come back, sometimes I've seen 2 come back out of 30 pigeons. That's the ones that's going to always be there. And you deal with them. Time sheet.
And she again bore his brother, Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto God. And Abel, he also brought of the firstling of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But Cain,
Now,
and
look,
to his
it
offering,
said,
he had
and
not
Abel,
respect.
he also brought of the firstlings of his fruit, of his flock, and of the fat thereof. They knew the offerings.
Yeah.
Let's get this clear. Cain and Abel knew the offerings. These are the same offerings that the high priest and the priest do. Okay? Now, Cain didn't try to burn the fruits. What you do with the fruits? What the priest do with the fruits? You wait it. And then it'll be accepted. Okay? Flesh is burnt. Fat is burnt. The fruits and the tights, the corn and the oil, because there's a whole bunch of stuff the children of Israel bringing up. That stuff gets presented. It gets heaved or weighed before God. It's presented. Okay? And when it gets presented before God in the tabernacle, the people that brought it, they're accepted of God. Their offering is accepted. That's how the offerings go. Okay? They were taught the offerings by their father Adam. Adam knew the offerings because of God. God dropped it on Adam. Now these boys come up, they know the offerings. There is no priest, there is no children of Israel. Back then, you're on your own. You're your own responsibility with God. And they said offerings, right? He said, Cain was a tiller of the ground, it was a keeper of the sheep. Okay. He's got agricultural. One took care of the flocks and the herds. Another one was a tiller of the ground like his father Adam. He reaped, he sowed, he planted. Okay? Time sheet.
But unto Cain and to his offering, he had not respect.
So it wasn't like he took the wrong offering. He didn't take the wrong offering. And I'm gonna tell you why he wasn't accepted. It had nothing to do with the offering. His offering wasn't accepted because he wasn't on the same level as his brother with God. That's why God told him, improve, get better. You're not where you're supposed to be with God. So your offering is not being accepted. That was it. He didn't hate him. He didn't hate Abel. He said, well, nah, I ain't accepting his offering because he gonna kill his brother later. No. It's because of him. You can do better. Improve. He said, you're going to be accepted. But you ain't improving. That's what it was. It wasn't the offering. They knew the offering. They didn't play with the offerings. They didn't bring the wrong offerings up to God. Okay? And you know what this was, right? He brought the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. That's his 10. That's the tithes. That's the 10. They tax themselves and say, take some of this, the Most High. Show gratitude for God for this here. God don't eat that stuff. He don't eat the fat. He said he liked how it smelled. That's it. So they knew the offerings. He wasn't excelled in doing certain things that he was supposed to be doing, like Abel was. Okay? And because his offering wasn't accepted, he took it out of Abel. He killed Abel. That's the reason why. Because his was accepted and his wasn't. He was upset. The reason why he was upset is because he didn't improve. If he had improved, he wouldn't be upset. If he wasn't upset, he wouldn't have killed his brother. Because he'd have got accepted of God.
And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen?
Yo. Joseph, when he was in the dungeon, right? He ran it in there. He had favor with the keeper of the dungeon. The guy that run the dungeon, He like Joseph. He let Joseph do what he wants. So Joseph walking around and he look in the room. You see these guys. He said, "Why is that countenance falling? Well, why are you so down? Why are you so sad?" And then they proceeded to tell him why. You can look at a person and see when they're troubled about something, or they're bothered about something. And the considering and caring, I'm gonna ask, why you like that? Well, so why you look up? Why you look like? Why do you look that way? So he said, why you look that way? Why is your countenance down? Okay, you don't have no reason to be mad. Do better. Right or wrong?
Right.
And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wrong? Why is thy countenance fallen?
If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted?
If you was doing good, you would have got accepted, right?
That's right.
So that means you ain't doing good. That's what God's telling you. If you do good, then you will get accepted. But if you don't do well, sin lies at the door. That means whatever you're doing is causing sin to come to you. Plain and simple. And unto thee shall be his desire. Whose desire? To sin. Sin gonna desire you. That means he's gonna stay in your head. He said, and thou shalt rule over him. He said, but look, you can rule over him too. Ain't that something? God made man. They said, I read one part where he said God made man one step lower than the angel, a little lower than the angels. He made him to where he could fortify his strength to run a household, run his whole household, run himself, right? Improve his life, God. You have to have strength for all these things. To run your household and say, I don't want no more of this, or I don't want no more of that. You have to have strength to do that. And hold it. Tough for you.
And Cain talked with Abel, his brother. And it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him.
Cain ain't had nothing to do with this. Cain ain't had nothing to do with why you not getting accepted by God. I mean, Abel had nothing to do with that. But like I said, he took it out on him because he's not right with himself. He's frustrated. When you're not right with God, you're going to always be frustrated. You're never going to be able to be aware of yourself, okay? He said he frustrate their designs, okay? A person that's not in peace with himself because you're not in peace with God and his commandments. That's why things affect you negatively. That's why you run towards it or it comes towards you. You ever seen people like that? They walk around and got a cloud around over their head. You know what that means? In the spirit world, you got evil over your head constantly. You got a mark on you. And that's what happened with Cain. He took it out on him and had nothing to do with it. And God told him, look, there's only one way to be accepted by God. How about that? There was no other way. But he didn't want to go that route. He still wanted to be accepted, but did not want to do what God said. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? That's us. That's us. We want God to accept us, but we don't want to do nothing God say. You want me to accept you, right? But I don't do nothing you say. That ain't gonna work. Marriage ain't gonna work like that. Friendship, two friends, okay? That ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work like that. He said, the Lord said to Cain, why art thou wrong? Why is thy countenance fallen? Thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? Accepted means you in the clear.
Right.
You good. You say, no, man, you good. No, he's good. No, he's not good. Why? Because he's not 100%. He's not fitting the criteria. He said, no, you got to send him back. You got to go back and do it again. Do it again and get it right. That's what you do by approve. You get it right this time. his brother. He talked with Abel's brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field, Cain rose up against Abel's brother and slew him.
The Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I am not. Am I my brother?
See how they talk? I don't even talk about that. You know that? He said, man, I'm not his keeper. You just tell him. You know he's dead. And God's asking, where's your brother? God knows the man is dead. See, I just want to see what you're going to say. I want to see what you're going to do. I'm going to put this thing here and say I don't want nobody to touch it and see who's going to touch it. That's what God did. Now I know what I'm dealing with. Time sheet.
And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cried unto me from the ground.
He said, man, his blood is crying unto me because he's innocent. He got murdered and he was innocent. He didn't do anything. The blood of innocent people cries unto God, and God hears it. I don't know what that I can't describe to you because I don't know what it sounds. Only God knows what, because the innocent blood is crying to God for justice. That's what I read in on of the prophecy. The blood of the innocent cry for justice against the wicked. That's what God heard crying. Oh man, this dude killed me, man. Get him, please, God, because you are all just. Get the wicked, get him. The blood is they're moaning, they're groanings. You know what that is? The sounds that you make when you're in pain. When you're getting wet. And you cry, oh God, oh man, all that. Millions and millions of people at one time got attention. And they say, you know what that means? It's time now. It's time now. Now it's time to get them out of there. Yeah, I remember when I told Abraham that day, when I told him his people was going to be in slavery in Egypt for 400 years later because the iniquity of the Amorites has not yet been fulfilled. God remembers all of that. He remembered that day when he told him, because he said, yo, I'm going to give your seed this land. But yet, before that, they're going to go into this land here and be subjugated, slaves. He said, and when the time comes and I visit that nation, I'm going to take your seed out and bring them into this land that you walked on. So God visits people individually, he visits households, and he visits countries and nations. And the visitation is the judgment of God. Okay, the time is up for this people here. Gotta go. That's what's gonna happen with everybody. There's a time everybody gotta go. Everybody. Some people don't believe you. Some people believe they ain't gonna die. Some believe they're gonna come right back as a butterfly. Yeah, you'd be surprised. It's called reincarnation.
Yeah.
Resurrection, all this stuff. Ain't gonna be none of that, man. Ain't gonna be none of that. That don't exist. You ain't coming back as no animal. God made you He said, man, I made man. He said, and you do good before God has died. When you come back as a cat. God don't get down like that. When you come back, you get back with bones and everything. Okay? As if you never left here. And
he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cried unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which had opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand.
He said, and now you're cursed, the earth. You're cursed from the earth, which had opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. Yo, you know what it is when blood is on the ground? When there's a murder, somebody got shot, killed, stabbed, and that blood, it's blood though. The earth took that in, man. He said, when thou tillest the ground, being that you spilled your brother's blood on that ground, when you till the ground, it ain't going to bring up nothing. See how fair God is? He's fair. Oh, yeah, he's fair. Who does not fair? Yes, he is. He's more than fair. Because you did this action, the action going to be used against you every time now. Now you can't plant nothing. You could dig, put seeds in the dirt, nothing's happening. You put water on it, nothing's happening because of you. Time sheet.
When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
You know, there is to be a fugitive. All right, it's one thing to be a vagabond. Vagabond is one who don't have no house. All over the place. He homeless. Today they call it homeless. All right, and you a fugitive. That's worse. Somebody asked me earlier, they said, "Would you rather be a fugitive or vagabond?" Dude said, "I'd rather be a vagabond. At least I ain't got to get chased around. Because if you got a home and you a fugitive, you ain't gonna be home anyway. You can't be home because they coming right or wrong. You got to go hide somewhere. So it's as if you're a vagabond now." So he said, "Man, I'm a fugitive, you know, everybody gonna be chasing after that." Time sheet.
And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold,
he said this, you know what he's saying?
Too much.
It's a little bit too much for me, God. Please ease it up. There's some harsh sentences God put on him, man. How are you gonna eat? How is he gonna eat? He's gonna have to be a vagabond. He's gonna have to go around and beg to the people who getting, because there's no stores. Remember that. There's no supermarkets back then, y'all. The only thing you're gonna get is what you plant in that ground now. There's no paradise, no garden eating. You gotta work it. Wait, and it grows. Then you eat. The wait, you gotta have something to hold you down while you wait. That's why you got first crops, second crops. It's agricultural. Okay, a lot of our feast days are agricultural. It goes down for reaping time and sowing time. Sowing, harvest, whatever you want to call it. Time sheet.
Because thou hast driven me out of the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid.
He said, man, this is worse than any punishment. Because first of all, I'm driven out the face of the earth. I would be in the wilderness. The face of the earth is where there's some type of civilization. Okay? He said, and from thy face shall I be hid. He said, man, I'm not going to have no contact with you. And I'm not going to be around you. I'm not going to be able to call upon you and get that immediate answer. It's God's face. But they knew God was with them. He said, I'm going to be out there. He's going to be with him. He's going to be getting chased. I'm cut off now. I'm not going to be able to see God or hear from him no more. Because right now, God's talking to him. But that'll be the last conversation he had with God. You know that. The last time. Time sheet.
I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me.
Everyone. All the cases first dude that see him, they're gonna put you got like a mark on him. There's something on him that's gonna make everybody chase him. Yeah, that's the guy that killed his father. Get him!
The Lord said unto him, therefore whosoever slay Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him 7 fold.
He said, okay, listen, man. Slays Cain, vengeance gonna be taken on that man 7 times more. Okay? Time sheet.
And the Lord said upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him.
Just in case anybody that finds him That mark hid him from a lot of people. That's what that mark did. Okay? When you read this stuff correctly, get the full understanding. The mark, he said, the Lord set a mark upon Cain. This is the mark to protect him. Yeah. Lest anybody finding him, kill him. That mark protects him from getting killed. Because everybody who see him gonna be after him. The word is out on Cain, though. All men on the earth, everybody see him, he dead. So he gotta live, he gotta hide places where it's not habitable to live. Like a vagabond. Tom shoot.
And Cain went out.
Look, that's a hard life. Any one of those two. Listen, man. You don't even have to be a vagabond. You can have 2 apartments in a mansion. But if you want to run, you ain't going to be able to go home. Right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I go outside and get into something and kill somebody out there right now. I can't come back here. I can't sleep here no more. Unless I'm going to turn myself in. I know too many people won't do that. What I'm going to do? Keep it moving. Y'all ain't going to hear from me in a long time. When y'all hear from me, it's going to be through a little Tweety bird. That's the fugitive's life. You know what the fugitive life is? You're looking to control everything. The ones that have authority to do you hurt is looking you everywhere you go. And you got to be careful because you have people that will tell them. That ain't no joke, man. But God ain't say, okay, man, you're not gonna be a vagabond and a fugitive no more. Now that's gonna stick on you. The ground is cursed for your sake because of what you did to your brother, man. So I'm gonna lighten it up because I'm gonna lighten it up by putting a mark on you. There's certain cats, they're not gonna even see you or know it's you to come and mess with you. They're gonna get blinded. They're gonna think you're somebody else. That's what that mark does. Tom shoot.
And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod.
The land of Nod.
On the east of Eden.
On the east of Eden. On the east, right? On the eastern side of Eden.
Uh-huh.
Right? That's very close to the terms is at.
That's right.
Very, 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 very close. So that means they didn't stray too far away from the garden.
Nah.
They lived on the outskirts of the garden.
Close by.
Eastern part, right there, close by. Because God cast us out. God don't walk around out here. He walk around in the cool of the day in the garden. But we bad, so we gonna stay right in the outskirts of it.
And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begot Mahuiah.
Cain knew his wife. He had a wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he built a city. Cain built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. So Cain built a city also after the name of his son. He had a son, and he's named it after his son. Tom sheet.
And Mahuiah begot Methuselah, and Methuselah begot Lamech. And
This is the line. This is what I call the lineage of the lineage of godly men in the beginning. Okay, this line, all right, goes all the way down to Noah. Okay, and from Noah he has 3 sons: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Out of Japheth come the Japhites, which is mostly the European countries. Okay? They're roaring all the caves either. You gotta stop that. They had civilizations out there too. They had barbarians too. They lived in cold climate. Europe is mostly a cold climate area. That's where most of Japheth, his sons went. Jubal, Tubal, Meshach. All of these guys came out of Japheth, and out of Japheth, the European nations came out of. the Irish, the Spaniard, Tarshish. Okay? All of these people came from there. Then you got Ham, right? Ham migrated, most of his children migrated to what is called the continent of Africa. The Egyptians come out of Ham. The Ethiopians come out of Ham. All African people come out of the son of Noah, which is Ham. And the people called the Canaanites. He had a son called Canaan that did not go into Africa. He went into what is called Asia, aka the Middle East,
right,
which is under the European continent.
Right.
Okay. You have Europe on the top, go all the way to the South Pole. Under Europe is the Middle East, Israel, Syria, Afghanistan, Babylon, Persia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, all the Arab nations, the Sinai Peninsula, the South Sinai Peninsula. Okay, that's where Shem and his sons, all those persons I just mentioned, can come out of Shem. All right, and then you have, that's those three. So Ham also went down to the continent of Africa, which is under Asia. One man out of Ham named Canaan, one of his sons. He didn't go there. He went into what we call today Israel. But back then, the first name it had was Canaan land. Because it was owned, the first owner was Canaanites.
Right.
The Hivites, the Jebusites. And then now, half of the Hittites, one of the tribes of Canaanites, they left and went into Turkey. You know where Turkey is at? In Europe. So they left where where the dwelling of the Shemites was at. Right? Did God say, yo, man, listen, these guys here, all the sons of Ham, Canaan got it. Canaan got it worse.
Canaan, yes.
Canaan got it the worst. And if you read Leviticus 18, it will tell you the Canaanites' lifestyle. Read Leviticus 18 later on. That's when God said, he said, Egypt from whence you came, you shall not follow their ordinances. He said, in Canaan land, whither I bring you, you shall not follow their ordinances either. You can't sleep with your mother. You can't sleep with your sister. You can't sleep with a dog. You can't sleep with a woman and her sister in a lifetime. You can't. Your uncle can't be looking at the niece. Niece can't be looking at the uncle. But it's not always the man doing the. Back then, here, I only read about one woman pressing, and she was an Egyptian. She was an Egyptian. Joseph. She said, "Come lie with me."
Right.
Her husband. She's in her husband's house. His servant is minding his business. She's been eyeing this guy for a minute. She went to him. It's not all the time the man do it, but it's up to the man. It's up to the man to say no. You mean to tell me you can't say no? You can't hold yourself? You can't abstain? You're supposed to be able to abstain.
That's right.
You can't be thirsty like that. You got to know how to abstain. You get more respect and honor like that. Oh, wow. This guy, usually, he gonna come and try to get in bed with me. He ain't trying to do that. He's good. I trust him. He's a different dude. He don't get down like that. He ain't trying to get up in my pants. Yeah. That's how we supposed to be. That's why we ain't getting the right woman. Because we rushing to get up in them instead of rushing to get this in them first. There's an orientation period, man. They got to prove themselves. And that's going to be a hard thing a woman to today to do. Time sheet.
Booyah begot Methuselah, and Methuselah begot Lamech. And Lamech took him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. And Ada bare Yabal, and he was the father of such as dwell in tent, and such as had cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal.
This is when guys start. The humans, mankind is starting. Man is starting to spread out. There's a bunch of free land out there. All you gotta do is pick a spot. Start your farmland. It said Lamech took unto him 2 wives. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is the first man recorded to have 2 wives.
Yeah.
Adam had 2 wives. He didn't have 2 wives.
No.
Yeah, 1 wife.
1 wife.
First man, first woman. That was it.
930
years.
No, that 1 woman.
Okay? He didn't start making his sons till after he was like 300 or something. One book I read, they tell you, they said this guy was 300 when his first son was born. Lifespan was long, even though he died. The lifespan was longer because it wasn't that, even that sin is in the earth back then. It wasn't like now. It wasn't like now.
No.
The things that go on now, they're not going to do. It's not going to come to their head to do, even with sin, even with them knowing the evil. That's why God said, these are my saints, man. And this was at a time when that's why you think God ain't close to nobody today. This planet is too corrupt. And we live in it. It's too corrupt. God said, yo, man, get that stuff. Go out there out the camp and dig a hole and ease yourself in the hole and cover it back up. And then you could come back in. He said, why? He said, because I walk among you.
That's right.
He said, because your God walk among you to fight for you. I'm not going to be in your battle camp and you got feces all over the place and urination all over the place. Now, I got to clear something up. That saying, cleanliness is next to godliness, that's a New Testament term. It's not in the book. Okay? Because people say that cleanliness is next to godliness. God has said it's not in the book. It's a New Testament term. It's a church term. Okay? Holiness is godliness. That's what we need to do. They weren't nasty people. They weren't nasty people, so it didn't have nothing to do with that.
That was automatic.
That was automatic.
It wasn't nasty.
They didn't have pestilence around them. You know why you clean? You know why you got to spray and mop and do? Because we live in apartments. We don't live in tents. The tent wall is not going to get dusty and you got to paint it. It doesn't have to be kept up. That's why. A lot of elements that did not exist. Now we have to do it.
And his name was Jubal. He was the father of all such as handled the heart. And Zillah, she also bare.
These guys are the real inventors. They tell me about the guy that invented the light bulb. What's his name? Edison. Thomas Edison. Benjamin Banneker made peanut butter. What the hell I care about that? What I care about these inventors? These are the real inventors right here. He said, man, this guy was the first guy to make the harp. And the organ. The organ, that's the lyre. You got lyres, right? Lyre. You got the psaltery, and you got the harp. Stringed instruments. It said glorify God's name upon stringed instruments, upon the psaltery with a solemn sound. Right?
Right.
It doesn't have to have it. Oh, I gotta play it. You can just pull the strings and say words and give it to God. Hey, it's a pleasant sound. This is how you praised God. He said, yo, you can also take this and play it and glorify God's name with the harp. That's why David was called. He was exceptionally, David had skills, man. He was a musician also. He made music. He knew how to work that harp. That's a skill everybody ain't gonna know how to do. And whenever the man had the evil spirit of God, the evil spirit from the Lord on him, David played that harp and it would leave him. But then one day, he played the harp and it didn't leave. But remember, this stuff coming from the Lord. The Lord is bearing down on him hard now because Saul is doing more and more stuff against God. So now the evil spirits stick around longer. It gets stronger and pops up more frequently. So David, he looked at David one day. David looked and said, yo, the spirit of God ain't left. The evil spirit from the Lord has not. So who the evil spirit come from? Mm-hmm. Who put it on? God. Most High. Most High. It has nothing to do with Satan. Okay? He put a spirit of evil in you so you could do more evil. And then now, here you go. Got you there. Man over here. You kill all the guys. Don't bring back. And he made him king. He said, man, you know what that means? Man, I shouldn't even have made you king. He said, matter of fact, I already picked somebody else. I already got my pick. No voting, no draft pick, none of that stuff. God was the ones that picked the king. Before the king, God was the king. Tongue sheet.
And Zillah, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal Cain was Naam.
I saw the movie Noah that Hollywood put out. And they said Tubal Cain got snuck into the ark by hand. Yeah. How you gonna sneak something that God shut? God shut that. It said the Lord shut it and sealed them in. There was no pressure door there. Mm-hmm. All you had was wood, timber. We didn't have metals, plastic, and hard plastic. We didn't have constructs like this then. So what God did, he sealed the ship. You know what that means? The entrance, all the entrances, all the exits, sealed in. No water can get in. There's nowhere where there's water can leak in. You know why? Because he used pitch. You know what pitch is, right?
Yeah, tar.
Tar. The same thing they used to make the rooftops. That thing is sticky, and if you got a hole right here and you put some tar there, I don't care. A monsoon will rain down on it. No water's getting in there. God made sure of that. God made sure of that. Okay, let's wrap this up. And now there was Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice.
The wives of Lamech. Hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam.
All they're saying here is, he told his wives, he said, look, I slayed a man to my wounding and a young man to my hurt. Meaning, now, I slayed this guy, but to my own hurt. You know what that means? Right. I did this thing, and it's going to come back and bite me. Okay? Mm-hmm. And he letting his wives know what's going on with him. He letting them know what's going on with him. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, because God said he's going to be avenged sevenfold. Right or wrong? Right. He said, any man that killed him, he said, he shall be avenged, shall be taken on him sevenfold. So that means that's the hurt. Lamech said, man, I don't kill the man. And now I got it. That it jumped on him.
Mm-hmm.
Because God said, whoever touch you, he gonna get that put on him sevenfold. So then I said, man, I don't cause this on myself, but killing and slaying the man to my own hurt. Sometimes you do things to your own hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You think you're doing the right thing. You think you're doing the right thing. You're moving on emotion. When we move on from emotion, if I move on for all emotion, I'm always gonna be right. Because my feelings tell me you said this about me. But that's my feelings. I just feel like you said that, but you didn't. You didn't. So I can't run off emotion. If I ran off emotion, what would these people? I say, yo, man, don't cry. Kill yourself. Don't cry. Don't mourn. You ain't gonna like this to make yourself happy. It's not happy as kid. Do you know how hard it is not to mourn? Imagine your child died. God comes to you, man, don't even cry. Regardless of what they did, God had to tell Aaron, you can't mourn. Number one, you can't rent nothing. You can't put nothing on. It's a sign of mourning. Because when we mourn, look, when we mourn, we rent our clothes, we rent. We put ashes and dung is species, doodle. You put that away. Some people shaved off their old, saved everything on and sat in the corner, but they didn't get up until everything grew. That's how long they stayed there mourning. They didn't mourn. And mourn today. Now I got a whole bald head. Okay, but why your head bald? Oh, no, I was mourning yesterday. It didn't go like that. When they went and mourned, he in there, he mourning, he gonna be in there for 30 days. And everything's gonna go back by then. Because one person asked me about that this week. Okay. So with that, hope you got what was brought and what will be brought later on today, next week. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
Next week, same time. There's no more. You already went to the feast days.